Hello and welcome to a special edition of the After Party, the official launch of a new myth for the West. Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny. A party so grand, I had to have a date for it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Groundhog Fury and Imminent Rain's Creation and Birth of the Gods. What a masterpiece by two of our absolute greatest. Imminent Rain making the music and Groundhog Fury making the visuals. Groundhog, in his characteristic humility of a true talented and good person, wanted me to convey to all of you that anyone with the desire and the willingness to train themselves can expertly serve White Wellbeing in some capacity without having to rely on innate talent. Both of these men, these heroes, have my deepest gratitude for their service to White Wellbeing. We're taking another huge stride forward, ladies and gentlemen. And some of the others who have my gratitude are those on the honors roll call, which highlights and celebrates those who conscientiously commit to monthly gifts in my work for White Wellbeing. And appearing on the All-Stars portion of the honors roll call today are our very own, doing double duty, Roy Danton, Brian, Joseph, Final Blossom, and a great name, Going Free. And those remaining on the honors roll call are Hendrickson, Starshine, Quebec, Scott, Dean, King Petrus, Brad and Jim, Ohesian Outlaw, Goofy Grape and White Healing, Jay, Last Paleocon, Shaxor, and Happy Cat rather than Sad Cat, and finally, Michigan Wave. Your commitment to White Wellbeing and your willingness to act on those convictions sets you apart. I salute you all. Folks, if you are not one of these people, make sure that you are thanking them. And if you appreciate what I'm doing for White Wellbeing, please consider becoming a monthly gift giver. The more you gift, the less time I have to spend at my day job, the more I can do for White Wellbeing. And now, as for the crown winner of last week, the crown goes to a three-way tie for first place. No second place for week before last, actually. So the winners are DB Cooper, 41 BMC, and JC Stalling, all gifting $10 a piece. I salute you all. Congratulations and adulations. Financially gift today on Entropy at 15%, where you can also watch the stream, ask and vote on questions, or you can financially gift on Cash App at 6%. Mr. George and I have finally made it to the official launch of the standalone version of Prometheus Rising. What say you about this community victory, my dear colleague and friend, Mr. George?
Hello, everybody. How are you? And good evening. I'd like to, well, first, congratulations, Jason, on this accomplishment, as we'll be getting to speak more about tonight, and celebrate what you're doing. As always, it is an honor to ride with you. I'd actually like to begin with a quote on myth from the Roman Sallustius. So he said, "Now these things never happened, but always are. And mind sees all things at once, but reason or speech expresses some first and others after. Thus, as myth is in accord with the cosmos, we, for that reason, keep a festival imitating the cosmos, for how could we attain higher order? Souls that have lived in virtue are in general happy, and when separated from the irrational part of their nature and made clean from all matter, have communion with the gods and join them in the governing of the whole world." Myth also, we can say, that's the quote, is a revealing of what's concealed. And I think, Jason, it might be fair to say that that is one of the main things that brings us together, and maybe we saw in each other that we are, if I may say, trying to reveal things that would give ourselves, our people, back to ourselves. Works of art like this are gifts, and I know, of course, Prometheus Rising was part of a bigger project that you worked on for many years, and it is all of the effort and toil and thought and experimenting, going back and forth, as we've spoken about on some other streams, about how you created Born Guilty, the larger work this first appeared in, and even a broader concept of communications and community building beyond that. It's a gift, and I know that one of the things you realize when you become an adult separates you from being a little kid is you get more excited to give a gift than to receive a gift. So I know that after years and years of this vision and everything that you've done before we came to know you more publicly over these last couple of years, that this has been your labor of love. And this is another phase in rolling this out. So I can imagine how excited you are. And I share with our community here how it truly is a gift when someone gives a work of art. As Jason has in this book, it is a beautiful combination of the logical and the strategic on one hand, because there's certainly lessons and metaphors, all kinds of things that apply to our current situation, to the predicament we find ourselves in today, that can certainly spur on thought and action. And again, that more analytical, logical realm, and help us navigate where we are right now. But of course, there's also, it's a myth, there's also the imaginal as well, something a little more intangible and mysterious that just inspires the emotion or just stirs the spirit. And Jason, you've done a wonderful job of harmonizing both of those things. You know that I'm all about holistic thinking, whole brain thinking, holistic living, and you've given a work here that is a record of that kind of consciousness, living and thinking and being and feeling on all cylinders. So we'll get more into the details tonight, but that is my big picture assessment of what you've accomplished here and this gift that you've given to the world that will have many different iterations and lives. We're celebrating this in its early birthing stages tonight. So congratulations. And it's, again, an honor to be up here doing this with you, with this whole community. And let's have fun.
Amen to that. And thank you so much for those fantastic words and that opening quote, good brother. This is one of the things about Mr. George, ladies and gentlemen. Not only is he a very sharp dresser and handsome man looking fantastic today, but he is also a profound thinker. And one of the things that drew me, I've said before, and I said, Mr. George and I were talking in private, and some time back, and we both acknowledged that we had such an instant and easy harmony because we discovered each other both kneeling at the feet of the Spirit of the West. And that is where you find the true camaraderie, the true companionship, and the people who perhaps beyond more than one life, there is a tie that binds. And so we are, I consider myself infinitely lucky to have come across Mr. George, and he come across me, and the same with so many others now. Groundhog Fury, all of the magnificent work that he has done, that is a work of art of his. Prometheus, as he sees Prometheus making the cosmos, and used right now as the backdrop as well for Mr. George and myself. It's also
that's incredible. This is the first time I'm seeing this, actually. I didn't get a sneak preview, everybody, so I'm seeing this for the first. That Groundhog Fury, that is an amazing piece.
It really is. Just and a humble guy, as I said, saying that he wanted me to make sure everybody knew that you don't need any innate talent. You just have to have the dedication to serve White Wellbeing and dig in autodidactically, as I was speaking about with Imminent Rain earlier. And so lucky to have him come into our lives in this movement, for Null and all of the others, Laura Lee, Philosophicat we'll be having all today, Ezra, Saint White as well. And these people who are now putting their energies into this new myth of the West. And this is what I think is so important for us now. There's so many levels here. And this is what one of the things that Jared was talking about, that and we're hitting upon these different levels, and we hit on a weekly basis, almost daily basis, on this psychological defense, this very real world tangible, where our thoughts and the thoughts of the anti-whites and desires and actions, where they meet each other, where the rubber meets the road. And behind that, though, is something that is in a really serious way far more important, and that's the spirit. And it's so difficult to find people nowadays who are able to wed the two. And that was one of my great joys in coming across Mr. George, is that he has both the spiritual and the tangible or the sublunary wed, and one is not dominating the other. There isn't an imbalance there. Mr. George talks a lot about things like this holistic harmony and the balance. And that's it comes from him because it is in him. And it is in him to teach all of us about that. So this is something now that I have contributed a portion of this new myth for the West. And now it's the kind of thing that all of our great, talented, loving people, heroic people now are coming forward, and we all have to contribute to this because this is something new. It's coming from our biospirit. It's something real. It is a story that is told again and again and again because it is a story that is inside of every single one of us, and it's why it resonates with us. We feel the harmony when we read it, when we listen to the music, when we look at these fantastic artistic works that we see today. And I think I just saw Groundhog Fury on the screen. So I'm glad to see you here, brother. Congratulations. And everybody, let's get a round of applause for Groundhog Fury. The cover of the book, all of this magnificent art, truly a master. And thank you all for being here today. I know we have, let's see if we're going to stay on schedule, Jared, we have about 8.5 more minutes before we go into our next song, which of course is going to be today is Simon Harris's The King Beneath the Mountain. And then we're going to watch a video right after that before coming back that Mr. George clipped because he felt it was extremely important, which was when I was talking about the gap. We had Laura Lee on, and we were talking about the important place in our world that hasn't really been researched, hasn't really been explored. We've looked in the dust of the earth, we've looked inside of ourselves, but we haven't really looked to the projection of our biospirit because that's where we're going to find the greatest meaning. And that's what we're trying to do here. So I don't know, Jared, if you have any other things you want to say, and I can start showing some of these great pictures that folks sent of the book that they've purchased in the weeks prior to the show and sent over to me.
Well, just that we have a lot of great people with us, of course, great community. This is a party, so I don't know if you saw some of the promotion, but we encourage you to, maybe you're with some people, maybe not, but break out some food, break out some drinks, have some fun. We're going to be here for a little bit longer. It's an extended show tonight. I saw Hyrith, I saw Daughter of Albion, I saw Full Moon Ancestry, who was on tap a couple of weeks ago. But why don't we get to some of those pictures? I'm sure I'm missing some people. I'm trying to keep up with the chat, but I'm sure I missed some. It's a little tough to always catch what's going on.
Yeah, and if you see your picture, I didn't know whether or not, ladies and gentlemen, to say the names, anybody's names. There was a lot of questions and there's a lot of things being juggled at one time. So if you see your picture and you want people to know that that is you, then shout it out. Some folks are going to want to separate maybe their identity on YouTube from their identity on another platform or from the picture altogether or their face altogether. So go ahead and shout it out if it is you and you want to share the fact that it is you.
That's me. That's me, guys. I take a plant form when I'm not on these shows. We said this was mythical, right?
Right.
He becomes different objects. I become a plant.
Oh, let's see who we have next. Okay, we got another one. This one's been seen. I want to make sure that if you all, we already have a Goodness to Greatness has financially gifted $25. Thank you so very much for the financial gift and writing. As usual, thank you for your greatness. Well, thank you for your greatness as well and your munificence. That is most kind of you. And let me refresh over here. Great to see so many good folks here. Alex, Daneki's Ghost, Jared mentioned Daughter of Albion. Rum is here. JC Stalling, Coconut. Popcorn Power, is that what it is? Maynard Frith, Greek American.
Elaine Sabatino, I just saw.
The great Elaine Sabatino.
I won't forget to water myself. I like to stay hydrated.
Yiz has just financially gifted $5 over on Cash App. Thank you so much. And writing, glad to be here for the event. Well, thank you all. Are you all partying like we have asked of you? Are you? Do you have some drink of choice? Maybe food.
Healthily partying.
Yes, healthily partying. Thank you all so very much for sending in these pictures. And if you could, if you'd like to, share these on your social media and all the different platforms that you're on. Remember, this is just a fiction novel. I mean, there's no reason why your people in your circles of influence would necessarily recoil at the sight of these things. So yeah, feel free to share them. Evidence Violates is here. The great Roy Danton. Yeah, you mentioned Hyrith is here. Seaver Hamlin, hello.
I love these desert pictures.
Yeah, it
reminds me of my time in the American Southwest. I recognize this guy from the chat. Who is that? Damon? Oh, I shouldn't. We don't know who it is.
Yeah, we don't know
who it is.
It might be if he's here and he wants to own up to it, then please do. Very handsome, healthy-looking young man. Happy to have him as a participant in the White Positive Sphere. And I received far more pictures. Thank you all so much. It was a veritable, especially since we had the pause and reset for our dear friend who passed away. We received a veritable deluge of photographs, and I'm so honored to have had everybody participate in this aspect of it. This will do and go a long way to helping this message reach our brothers and sisters who will be amenable to fiction in a way that they are not amenable to a great many other things. And hopefully we'll be able then to come to us. Look at this lovely setting right here. Got the NWG mug.
Lovely for spring.
Yes,
very
indeed.
May. I'm kind of sad that May is about to end. This has been a weird May with some of the things that have gone on, but still a good May. I know there's weird things going on in the outside world, but we're using this crazy time to our advantage, and it feels like a transition into something else. So for some people, it's going to get worse. We have to make sure we stay conscious and healthy and sane so that we use this time to transition into things better. Obviously, the world's going through a shakeup right now, but this May, this spring, a lot's going on. It's been good for me. I hope it's been good for you. Let's take a look at some more of these pictures.
This picture was fantastic. The photographer and hero in the White Positive Sphere said it wasn't his book. He was just wandering through the Handrauglir, which of course is in Prometheus Rising. And he happened to come across some ruins of some old structures, and there it was, a treasure.
It just hides there. You picture like in some old role-playing game video game where it's just like, oh, you found this mystical book hiding in the forest, and that levels you up or something.
Right,
so there's copies of Prometheus Rising just hanging out around the world, waiting for you to discover them.
Indeed. Look at this handsome man with a beautiful little daughter right there. Thank you so much for sharing that picture. Participant in our community. There's our future, that little one in his arms. And look at this one, ladies and gentlemen. This one really took my breath away. If you look at the top, the placeholder for the page is a sonogram photo, and there's a baby.
Oh, nice, nice.
There's a baby in the belly right there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm inclined to think that this baby is going to grow up to be happy and healthy and white positive, immune to all of the anti-whiteism. So congratulations to you, good sir and madam, for that little one. And we'll be working our way through some of these photographs. Look at this one. Isn't that fantastic? All of the different collection, obviously a collection here of the dice. We'll be working our way through these to try to get everyone in before, at least all the ones I was able to pass over to this machine and load in time for the show. So I really appreciate it.
I wonder if those are bath soaps that look like dice, because the setting makes it look like you're about to drop some of those in a bath.
Oh, well,
It's a
Yes,
it's a very pretty setting, isn't it?
it is indeed. So coming from all over, another lovely photograph right there. Okay, I think we can go ahead. What's that, Jared?
I said I like that with the buck. That's
I
cool.
do too. It's very handsome. It's a very sort of European thing, you know, to come upon a mystical scene, to come upon the stag. We have a financial gift from JC Stalling of $50. Thank you so very much over here on Entropy. And writing Promethean Hails on your book launch, Jason. There's no need to share if there is no one to share with. There is no need to write if there is no one to write for. There is no need to love if there is no one to love. The God that made our people loves because there is someone to love us. Thank you so very much, JC Stalling, for the financial gift and the kind words. Another one of our heroes among us. And we will now transition over to this Simon's singing. It's a little video, so you'll hear some of his verbiage as well. This is, it speaks for itself, I think, and it's very touching. And we will be back after we go through the Gap video as well.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope you're having a nice evening. I am. I just want to do a quick video, really. Well, it's going to be a song, so it might be a bit embarrassing for some of you. But I've been watching the Tap episode on The Lord of the Rings with a woman called Laura Lee, I think, and obviously with the great Jared George, the New Order, the Great Order, and Jason Köhne. No White Guilt. Anyway, this has got me thinking. You know, Lord of the Rings is something I'm really into. I read The Hobbit when I was about eight, 9, and then I went straight on to reading The Lord of the Rings when I was about 10 or 11. But it's a book that's been with me for a long time. I haven't read The Hobbit so much, but The Hobbit had a real profound impact on me. And when I was a kid, I was kind of into all this stuff, myths and legends in general. I'd read all the C.S. Lewis Narnia books, obviously, but I was kind of into Greek and Roman legends, Robin Hood, King Arthur, even Egyptian legends, any of that kind of stuff. I had a series of books. I can't remember what they were called, but they were great. They were about this Viking that ended up going to Constantinople, and he was a berserker, and he'd go nuts. And it was, yeah, so I'm into this. I've been into this most of my life. Anyway, I want to sing you a song, really, and I think this is the contribution to the discussion that they're having, really, because it really is about creating art and finding parables for what we want to achieve. So I want to sing you this, and it's called The King Beneath the Mountains. It's actually from The Hobbit. The King Beneath the Mountains is a poem about the king under the mountain. This song was sung by the people of the Lake Town upon the arrival of Thorin Oakenshield and the company. It was a prophecy made after the fall of Erebor and Dale about Thror and Thrain. Yeah, so I reckon this is about 3/4 of the way through The Hobbit. Now, The Hobbit isn't as deep and dark as The Lord of the Rings. It's about killing the dragon and regaining pride. When I came across this song where the company arrive at the lake town, I can't remember what it's called. This is kind of 50 years since I've read perhaps 45 years since I've read The Hobbit. They arrive at the lake town, and the people welcome Thorin, the rightful ruler, to the town. And reading it, I couldn't continue reading until I knew what it sounded like, and I'd be kind of 8, 9 at the time. So obviously I'm a lot older now, but this is exactly the tune I made up when I was 8 or 9. I kind of remember sitting on the bed and making it up, actually. Anyway, here it goes. It's The King Beneath the Mountains. It's by J.R.R. Tolkien. It's about 3/4 of the way through The Hobbit. It's a lovely, lovely, lovely lyric, and I hope you like the melody I put to it. So here goes. The king beneath the mountains, the king of carven stone, the Lord of silver fountains, shall come into his own. His crown shall be upholden, his harp shall be restrung, his hall shall echo golden to the songs of yore is sung. The wood shall wave on mountains, and the grass beneath the sun. His wells shall flow in fountains, and the rivers golden run. The streams shall run in gladness, the lakes shall shine and burn. All sorrow fail and sadness at the mountain king's return. Okay, well that's it. I just wanted to express that message. It's the return of the king. It's the return of the truth. It's the return of a word that's become very popular recently, is the word logos. It's the return of logos, and this is what we need to return to. We need to return to the rightful order and the way things should be. And I think this is what this song is talking about. Have a lovely evening. Have a great weekend, and look after yourselves.
So I will say this to you all, and that is that we have spent as a people far too long looking for who and what we are in the dirt of the past, which is not to say that fantastic discoveries can't be made in the dirt, but we have spent too long looking in the dirt, and we have spent too long looking at the DNA under the microscopes. We haven't looked long enough about the manifestation of who and what we are, that place that is in between us, physical, and the things we make and leave for people to find at a later date. That is an area that is very untrod. That is an area that is very mystical, often overlooked, because as soon as you try to wrap your fingers around it, it slips through like a vapor. That is where the magic truly exists for our people. We produce these tales. We produce these narratives the same way that any of the races of man produce their tales and their narratives, because of who and what they are. If we were to take somehow, just as a thought experiment, Asians out of Asia and set them up on a beautiful new Earth-like planet, they would recreate all of their stories exactly as they have written them here on Earth. The same is true for us. And that is because that is that intangible something that we see nonetheless in the fruits around us. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, long before we knew how disease took place, long before how we knew how many different things took place, we called all of these things magic because we could see the fruit, we could see the outcome of these things, and we saw the outcome repeat again and again. There were people among our race who were very intelligent and said, I want to know the mechanism of how we get from how we get to this fruit of whatever it is we're looking at. Maybe it's that water always runs downhill. Whatever it might be, they want to know the fruit. How do we get to this outcome? And so they research the means. Over time, we have discovered a great many things. And so we stop calling these things magic, even though they are still magic. It is the same thing with biospiritual expression. There is a region right now, a gap, that we have yet to fully understand, yet to fully explore. I have no doubt that at some point in the future, we will know the workings of this gap just as well as we know many of the workings of our physical universe and many of the other things that we have studied, disease, how disease gets passed, how people get sick, etc. So that is a place that we are exploring today. Some of these subjects are going to be difficult to wrap your head around and appreciate, but be patient. We're going to be working through these things. As Jared said, this is going to be a continuing thing. It's going to be very exciting because we are going to be probing into the darkness where, even though it's dark, there is this unquiet light that continues to resonate from it, that is unvarying and doesn't change from generation to generation. As long as we stay the same will come true for those descendants. They will see that same light. They will speak those same tales that will raise them from the mud, from the wretchedness, from the hardship, to the glory that we have achieved in the past, and to the glory that we will achieve yet again in the future. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the wonderful Laura Lee with us. Laura Lee, would you please tell everyone who you are and anything else you would like to know, where folks can find you, what you do, how you are the magical being that you are, my dear lady.
First of all, can you hear me all right?
Splendidly, please.
Uh-oh, there's an echo. Is that me?
Well, I don't hear it on my end. Mr. George, do you hear an echo?
I do hear a slight echo. And hello,
Okay.
Laura Lee.
Hi, both of you. Wonderful to be here. And I just wanted to say how beautiful the song from Simon just brought tears to my eyes. May he find safe passage to the undying lands.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Beautiful.
absolutely. Your audio, by the way, is fine now.
Yeah, I don't hear the echo now, so that's great. Mm-hmm. Well, yes, I'm Laura Lee Scaife, and I've done it's 5 parts of a 6-part series, a deep study of the Lord of the Rings as the myth for our time. And I'm also a Jungian astrologer. So from that perspective, I look at the horoscopes of people in order to help them discover their own personal myth. So my background is in Jungian psychology, astrology, Joseph Campbell, and related subjects in psychology and so on. And I've been doing this work for more than 40 years now.
That's absolutely magnificent. And I have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I think Mr. George shared that he did some work with Laura Lee, and I did as well recently. And so no shame in revealing that. And I think she had a lot of insight that I was really surprised about. A lot of very interesting things that were actually quite profound and connected to ways to how Prometheus Rising connects to us as a people, the biospirit, what we're seeking for, how to access that, and how that tale interlaces with my being who and what I am and my contribution to the reclamation of our destiny. And so, Laura Lee, just wherever you would like to go, and Jared, wherever you want to jump in, please.
Do you want me to start?
Yes, please do.
Okay. Well, maybe I could begin with a couple of quotes, picking up on just what you said a bit earlier, Jason. Mm-hmm. Number one is a quote from Jung, and he said something to the effect of, we go about our daily life, our day-to-day life, doing whatever we do. Meanwhile, a myth is running in the unconscious, a myth that has gone on for centuries, maybe millennia, and that this is always there. this this vein of what connects us, as you call the biospirit, Jason. And the other quote is actually from Tolkien, from Bilbo Baggins. And Bilbo would say that there is only one road. It's like a great river with its springs at every doorstep, and every path is its tributary. So I think that both these quotes are saying a similar thing, that the psyche, the imaginal realm is like a great river, and each of us has a little spring of that great river in our being. And the degree to which we can turn into that and look into that, we find these great myths. And they are myths and stories that grow out of our body, that it grows out of the ground. In other words, the myths that we connect to as a people, any people, that it's related to the earth, the actual land that we live on and that our ancestors lived on. So there's this very direct relationship between the land and the body and psyche of the people who are born into that land, and that the impact of our ancestral history, which is thousands and maybe millions of years, and that each race, each group of people are connected in that way to their ancestral history based on their relationship to the land and how that translates into the body and the psyche of the people. Body and psyche are one. And that is why Jung made the statement that we go about our day-to-day lives in the so-called modern world where we are disconnected from the land, the ancient land of our people. But there is still the biospirit that is alive in our bodies. It's a physical thing, and it is an imaginal thing, and it is real on both levels, in my opinion.
It seems like you're getting at a similar theme that Jason was discussing in that clip we watched a few moments ago, the gap that I clipped from the very first time you appeared almost a year ago on July 3rd, 2019 on Tap, the first time we spoke about your Lord of the Rings series. And Jason said that piece for about 3 minutes. You can see why I'm friends with Jason in that brilliant piece.
I'm sorry I missed that. I didn't know how to get on here, so sorry I missed that.
It's very it kind of makes it a little better that you didn't hear it. It'll make it that much sweeter in the replay or for the people watching now because of, again, you saying very similar things. He was talking about how there's, of course, the scientific way to look at archaeology or DNA or all of these things you can measure and quantify. And while that has a place and that's very important, there's also looking at how our biospirit expresses itself through our arts, through our narrative, through our architecture, through our just whole way of life and socializing. The gap he was talking about is what is in our minds and spirits that takes in external stimuli. And then, so that's the senses we can measure. But then there's something that happens when that stimuli churns inside of us. I've spoken a little about this too, and this is how you can address claims of the fact that we stole, quote unquote, certain things, certain technologies, or when I spoke about rock music, and people dismiss it as, well, it's just the blues, and the blues isn't white, so it's not a white art form, which I take that apart in that article. It's not influence. Everyone is influenced by something. No piece of art, no idea just comes out of a void, out of nothing.
No.
It's what you do with the information or the inspiration you receive that bears your mark, both your personal mark as an individual and the larger mark of the people, the culture, the heritage that you come from. So when Jason was speaking in that clip, again, it was actually from the first time you appeared on Tap. It was talking about that ineffable realm of what's happening there in those spaces that we can't really see or quantify. I'm curious as to your thoughts as to how the modern world seems dead set against this kind of experience, this kind of being. All of us are beneficiaries of the scientific age. And I wouldn't want to go back to a time where there wasn't Novocaine if I have my tooth pulled. We're talking
Yeah.
on computers. We always acknowledge this. No one's saying that we're going to go live in a cave. But I'm always talking about balance, and perhaps we've gotten way out of balance in certain areas and we need to bring it back. It seems like many people are discouraged from even considering any of this kind of thing. It seems out there. It seems childish, easy to dismiss. I'm curious as to how you think that's all of, again, the modern world is stacked against this kind of, I don't even want to say thinking, because thinking's too small of a word. It's really a way of being, a consciousness. And if you see the pendulum swinging back the other way, even those who study our myths often take a very, to me, dry and clinical approach. Like, I don't want to pick on anybody, but some in our audience who know of contemporary works on Norse myth might know the name Jackson Crawford. He's not in our circles. He's a professor. He's a younger professor. I think he's worked in California and Colorado. He's done translations of the Edda, the Poetic Edda, and I think the Volsung Saga now. And famously, he's very good at this, translating the Old Norse, bringing it into modern English. A lot of people have. I actually have his Poetic Edda, but it doesn't seem like it stirs that part of him. He doesn't. His last name's Crawford. We're assuming that he has Anglo-Saxon or other Northern European heritage. Nothing from what people in our circles who discuss him, or he himself, he has a pretty popular YouTube channel. Seems like all that study of these myths, it hasn't stirred the biospirit in him. And to me, that's fascinating, because I'm just not built that way. I can't help, if I'm going to interact with that kind of thing, I can't help but have my imagination and my emotions become immersed and inspired and stimulated by this kind of thing. And I want to know how my people thought and how I can live this out now, and all kinds of questions, spiritual and personal, that come up. It's just fascinating to me. And perhaps there's always been different personality types. We've talked a lot about typology. So I understand that I'm not trying to project myself onto everyone else. I know I'm a certain type. I wouldn't want everyone to be like me. The world would not work if everyone were like me. But you think back to even scientists of centuries past seem to be working for revealing. Jason and I were talking about revealing what's concealed at the beginning of the show, revealing more about how life works as a way, as a gratitude to God, to life itself. You think of Wagner's operas. He was trying to touch, I think, the biospirit of his people, very evident from what we know about Wagner. What is this lack of that heart today? And again, do you see it coming back? And if so, how? Give us a little glimmer of hope for that.
Oh, I think it's coming back with a bang. I think it's really coming back. And Jason's work is an example of that. This great river, this vein that carries the biospirit and the story of our people. It's ancient. And my take on why this is happening is I think it's it's weaponized propaganda. I think that our people, probably every people, have been under attack by psychological warfare for 100 years. And I mean, Jung spoke about this too. I mean, not quite in that way, but a great deal of his work was, why have we lost this connection to soul, to capital S self? Why has this happened? And we are seeing now the mechanisms of how that has happened is being revealed now. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the psychological warfare techniques are right out there in the open. I mean, it's right up front. What I call the foe, the forces of evil, they don't want us connecting with our ultimate life force, because it's the life force itself. I mean, what makes us alive is this coming together of body and psyche. So when we inhabit our bodies in a conscious way and have a knowing of the imaginal and this mythic realm that is so ancient, we're nourished and nurtured by this. It's like food. It's soul food. And it actually helps our bodies be healthy. To know your story, both your own personal story and to know the story of your people, is healing to body and soul. And that's another thing that's pretty obvious right now. It is the terrible condition of our physical bodies. I mean, not you and I and probably most of the people listening, but at the collective level, there's been a diminishment of the mind, a diminishment of the imagination, and the consequence of that is a diminishment of the body and physical health. So, yeah. Also, if I might just throw in a little bit of astrology here related to the time that we are actually in. As a cycle, the particular combination that we are under the influence now is that of Saturn and Pluto. Pluto is about metamorphosis, death for the purpose of rebirth. And Saturn is the symbol of the shadow. So when you put together these archetypal potentials, this urge of the soul to transform, which is all Pluto is about, and connect it up with shadow, then what is going on collectively is the equivalent of boil lancing. The poisons, the toxins on every level, spiritual, physical, emotional, psychological, the poisons that have been building up below the surface for 100 some odd years, is coming to the surface now because of the work you are doing, because of the work I'm doing, and many others now in the community, if you want to call it that, that we're breaking through. The poison is obvious. The boil is evident. The pain is evident. And so it's the work of those of us who are conscious of that to lance that boil and release the poison so healing can take place. And I think that's the essence of the work. Now, this particular combination of Saturn and Pluto is the coming to closure of a process that began with the last Saturn-Pluto conjunction, which was in 1982. Now, I won't go into a whole lot of the historical stuff that was happening then, but one of the things that maybe stands out is that was the aftermath of Iran-Contra and the whole mess that was going on then, that has only fairly recently come to light, to really people drilling down into what a mess that was and what was actually going on that we never heard about at the time. And then in all these kinds of cycles, you look at the conjunction. That means when the two of them are together, they're conjunct, and then halfway through the cycle, they are opposed to each other. And that is a time of testing where the dynamics of the boil lancing are being revealed. It's like, okay, where are we at? We're halfway through the cycle, and now we look at what happened then. Well, the opposition of Saturn and Pluto took place in August of 2001. And a mere couple of weeks later, we had the event that changed the world. And here we are now at the next conjunction and dealing with this, whatever it is, this contagion, this pathogen, which I think is also a meme pathogen. So pathogens are both physical and, mental, let's say, or in the language. And so we're dealing with a process that has been brewing and building up pus below the surface for this entire cycle. And we got to see a little eruption on September 11th. And now we're getting to see how the game is played, because in my opinion, the things that are going on now are following some kind of a playbook that was rolled out after 9/11. The stories.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And I think that we are now really in a place where we've had so many generations of the anti-whites pulling these shrouds over our eyes, these translucent shrouds, and disconnecting us from that great river of the biospirit that's inside all of us, so that with each layer of the shroud, it becomes increasingly difficult to see. But now we are tapping back in, and I think we're going to be playing a pivotal role in this coming decade, as I said. And what we'll do, though, is I'll have you speak directly to that. So don't go anywhere. I'm going to have you speak directly to that. We're going to take a brief break here to listen to the magnificent Imminent Rain, Merchant of Shame, a great man who is making music, dedicated an entire album to telling the story of Prometheus rising. Take back your destiny.
Oh, wow.
And so, folks, just hold tight for one moment, and we will be up and running with Merchant of Shame.
ministered to him, urging him to fight, for they knew it was impossible to hide. With their hearts they saw neither cloak, wraith, nor mask, but the mighty warrior god who dwelt inside. Beware the merchant of shame, whose malice hides behind the noble deeds. Never will his gluttony be satisfied, for the shaming merchant always needs to feed.
And welcome back, everybody. Miss Laura Lee, if you please, I will have you continue where we had you leave off. And I think that the thing that I really want folks to be focusing on right now is that we have an opportunity right now when it comes to our destiny, when it comes to the well-being of our people. And it is in our hands. There's a lot of things going on right now across the West, around the world, that are very ugly. And as I said in a tweet leading up to the show today, we need to turn our backs on that darkness, on that helplessness, and turn our face to the light of the biospirit, of the myths that we engender, that come from our very core, and contribute to the promulgation of those works and build up a great power, a great head of steam for that which truly resonates with us, resonates inside of us and outside in the world around us. So please, Laura Lee, continue where you left off.
Well, what a fantastic song. That is very powerful. Well, I would say that just talking about the Prometheus myth, I mean the myth from the Greeks, and how you drew from that, but you drew from it, but you grew something bigger out of it. And I think that's very important. And it's, again, connects to this idea of the great river. Every time you step into a river, it's a different river, right? And all the images, the memories, the feelings, the emotions of a people are all in that river, that big soul that we all draw and feed our little souls with. And the story of Prometheus from the Greeks is he is the god who had compassion for the humans because they had no fire. So they were suffering without heat and light. So Prometheus was the rebel god who defied Zeus. The symbol of the ruling order. And why did he defy Zeus? Because Zeus would not give the humans fire because he feared they would become more powerful than the gods. So this is a really significant point. The challenge that we are faced with is to challenge a ruling order that has been put upon us through this psychological warfare and through the diminishment of our language. I mean, the myths come to us through the language of the people who made the myths. And if I can even quote from you, Jason, from the book, Prometheus Rising, language as a wand for summoning of beauty and the clarification of thought. So there it is. That's how we should be using language. That's what language is for. It's like these are words are the swords of our day. Mm-hmm. and we need to bring back the language and the beauty of the language and the sounds of the language, and so much of your writing of this myth resonates, I would say, even in a cymatic sort of way, with Tolkien's words and his language.
I have the same exact note, Laura Lee.
How about that?
Yeah. I don't want to cut you off if you're still in the middle of a thought.
No, go ahead.
I have in my notes for this, it's a perfect time, so I can't not mention. I had words like, I don't know if I'm saying this right, Jason, but Aradel or Aradele, if you pronounce the end of the last vowel as the mother goddess. There's a lot of open vowel sounds. There's also Vedya. I don't know if you were conscious of the possible connections to Vedic when you were writing it. Of course, Anarian. So I think that you were probably connecting it to some current words that we know, but things like Aradel, it has that those open vowel sounds that just instinctively confer these images of beauty and open skies to us. And I had that same note as Laura Lee was just talking about, where the cymatics, the music in language, I think a lot is revealed when we make up our own words. I remember, as maybe some of us did, writing stories and some of them kind of being in this general genre of what we're talking about, like medieval fantasy type stories when I was a kid. And I remember making up character names and place names. And I think when certain people make up words or try to come up with new words or names, the instinct to have a certain way that it just feels when it resonates in your body when you say it. It says a lot about the biospirit. It's one of those unconscious revealers, and there's a lot of that. Your book is chock full of that, of course, because you had to make up many place names and many character names, but a lot of them do have that openness, that lilting, that's just kind of the rhythm or the melody to it of a lot of the names, and some relate to words that I know that might have some significance that, again, we could have an interesting side conversation, and we've had this on other streams if people want to go to our website and search for Born Guilty, because really it's when we were talking about Born Guilty when it was originally published. If you want to look at some of our old streams going back even a year and a half, Jason and I have had some conversations about how he just kind of intuitively wrote this and would kind of get into this zone when he wrote the parts for Prometheus Rising. So there's a lot of interesting stuff on that. It's impossible to talk about all of this tonight, but we have already covered that kind of thing. But yeah, I just want to underscore the sounds and what they say about our instincts and even how we see the world. There's something there. It's hard to pin down. It's one of these things where once you try to start talking about it, it's kind of like fairy wings. It's just fluttering around. And as I'm speaking now, I'm trying to do my best to kind of put a frame around it. But it just hits you. Those words sound like some of our ancient words, sound like some of Tolkien's words, as Laura Lee just said. Now, Tolkien, of course, was a linguist. Jason studied language formally the way Tolkien has, of course, but still has the same open vowel sounds and the same rhythms and the same lilting melody to it. There has to be something there.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think it connects to this idea of vocatio, meaning being called, and the vocatio is your vocation. So the vocatio, or the voice, it first has to be heard on the inside.
Yes.
You hear your vocatio, you are called on the inside, and you have to be aware that, first of all, that there is an inside, and that you turn your attention to the inside, and then you hear the call. It's the call to your own soul and your own destiny. And once you hear the voice, then you begin to speak that voice. You say, you speak out the words, if you will, that are vibrating in your physical body. When we talk, the sounds vibrate right in our throat. That's the voice, the vocatio. So it's a much deeper thing, this business of language. And again, coming back to why we're in the predicament we're in, because our language has been corrupted. It's been taken from us. And we're now reduced to grunts and emojis and really bad spelling. So the resurrection of the beauty and the depth of our language. And one thing I have to say, Jason, that when I was reading your book, I had to write down all the words, all the new words I was learning, because I had not heard of some of these words, and just, I love that, learning new words. We should all be passionate about learning new words to bring more depth and breadth to our day-to-day conversation. So I think that's really important. Yeah.
I was thinking about the fact that if what we say here is clearly, and this is what I want everybody to take away when you really ponder this, is that we have this great energy, this great source, this great light that pushes from behind and pulls from in front. It's this great biospirit that flows through all of us. So there isn't something out there that you have to go looking for, that we often see people, especially nowadays, our brothers and sisters, the vagues out there. You see them on this sort of mission where they love to, they'll often say, I love to travel. I've been to every corner of the world. They're searching for something on planet Earth that has been inside of them the entire time. And
exactly.
that's why they're not finding it. If you don't tap into that biospirit, if it continues to be muddled and there continues to be this wall between you and the biospirit, this wall of mean pathogens, this wall of these ideas. And this is why I ended up calling this a biospirit, because there are very tangible things that we can look at and say. We can actually name these spells, these mean pathogens. They're spells. And they convince you of these awful things. They build up this bulwark, this wall between you and that true mystical strength that you can tap into, that our greatest have always tapped into, that all of us, that great dignity that's passed down to us in our lore comes from individuals, is caused and created by individuals who are tapping in to that great power that is inside of every single one of us. So this is about removing that veil, identifying what the veil is actually composed of, and treating yourself for that illness, and then moving through that to that great river that Laura Lee is talking about here. And Laura Lee, we have about 8.5 more minutes with you, and in the remaining time, anything that you would like to go through, or Mr. George, anything you would want to touch upon, if you want to speak to anything I just said. But I think that now is the time that we really have to embrace the positive nature of a new myth for the West, a new story. We are writing with our own pen, and the ink is our own blood. We are the heroes in this tale. We don't live by the anti-white narrative anymore. Those stories that those people are shouting out in the streets, when they're videotaping themselves and they are telling a story about this demonic white race on planet Earth and has caused, that's their story. You don't ever apologize for the ne'er-do-well in their fiction. You don't ever put yourself in the shoes of the antagonist in their story. Pure fiction. And then we see in the anti-white regimes, media, them saying things as soon as 2 days ago, saying things like, isn't it this anti-white slur? And the one they used is white supremacist. Isn't it the white supremacists that are actually setting the fires and that are actually doing the damage? This is, don't come out and fight with them and vie with them, their megahorn that they have in the mainstream media, the establishment media. Don't come out and say, I guess, consume your time with arguing against that megahorn. Instead, live by our story, live by the tale that we write for ourselves. It is coming through you even right now. Pick up Prometheus Rising, read that story, get closer in touch with who and what you are and the tale by which we will recapture our destiny, so that we can move from this period of abject darkness and suffering to something glorious that our descendants will tell the tales about. Laura Lee, I throw it to you.
Well, perhaps just looking at the gift that Prometheus, both in the Greek myth and in your story, brings, is the light. The gift of the light. The light is the life force of the universe. This is what has been kept from us by this psychological warfare, these meme pathogens that have infected our body and psyche. Mm-hmm. And by claiming the light, we're grabbing a hold of our own life force, that wellspring that is in each of us that connects to the great river. The great river is the light, the life blood of everything in the universe. And as Galadriel holds up the light Erendil to defeat Sauron, in the same way, this Promethean spirit is rising up in us right now. And what Jason has done in this myth is brought forward what Tolkien started. And it's now this myth. You know, I would say that Lord of the Rings is a timeless myth, but we also need to renew the essence of those archetypal potentials to apply to each particular time in our history. And there was something else from your book, Jason. For he who sows truth when the darkness reigns shall lack not a harvest when the sun returns. So there it is. The sun is the light. Prometheus brings the light. And we have been in darkness, both personally. I mean, a lot of us have been to the underworld and done some pretty heavy, work down there. And those who have looked within, have faced the shadow, and have touched in on this shame that seems to possess so many people of our people. And this, I call it the shame complex. And it happens, this shame complex occurs early in life. This is actually, it's associated with potty training. And so if there is shaming of the child with its, excrement, then the child internalizes that as, I'm bad. The child isn't able to distinguish that, mom just doesn't like the smell of my dirty diaper or whatever it is. The child just internalizes that as, I'm bad, my body's bad, everything about me is bad and disgusting. Mm-hmm. So when an entire people, an entire culture has been infantilized, then you have a bunch of people running around at an arrested stage of development that is, somewhere between 1 and 3 years old. Mm-hmm. And then you see them acting out in a way that is like children having tantrums, that very baby-ish stage of life that they have not been allowed to grow up That is part of the psychological warfare, that you keep people in a state of infancy so that they can't break free and grow up and reach for the light, for the power of the life force that fuels their own and our own advancement, our own evolution of consciousness to a place where we could be like elves. Mm-hmm. You know, the Promethean realm that you describe. Did you call it Promethea?
Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like that kind of reminded me of, you know, Rivendell. That this, like, we could create the equivalent of Rivendell. We have the knowledge, we have the technology, we have it all. We just need this biospirit to rise up and break through the mind control, the warfare, the psychological warfare, the mean pathogens, and really, you know, carry the torch. We should each be carrying the torch of Prometheus, the light Erendil, because that is what pushes back the darkness.
How absolutely beautiful to sum up really your time with us here today in the way that only you could, Laura Lee, that we could create what is it, Rivendell again? Yeah, that's
yes.
Right. We could create Rivendell. It is within us.
Yep. It
is the West. That is who and what we are. And it is a paradise on earth when we are left to our own devices and we're not plagued by vitiants we talk about in Prometheus Rising that pull us down, that drain us, that innervate us. What a beautiful vision for the future. And I want folks to be left with that as we bid you adieu. Laura Lee, we will have you back very soon, that we will indeed create a Rivendell on this earth, ladies and gentlemen. This darkness that we see that is pouring in through every crevice in our lives, in our buildings, in our structures, in our stories, this darkness of anti-whiteism, we will push it back with the light of our coming, with the light of, what did you say it was that the elf had that she passed on?
The light Erendil.
The light Erendil. We will push back that darkness and we will create a Rivendell, a paradise, a heaven on earth where we are safe and where our dreams are realized. Thank you so much for appearing today on this launch.
Oh, thank you.
That word sounds like what I said before, Aradel, or what you'd written, Jason, in
the Erendil,
or the goddess. See how, very similar.
Yeah,
that is to these words.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have you back, and maybe we'll do some similarities between Prometheus Rising and Lord, because you're the one that could do it.
Oh, that would be fun. That would be fun. Thank you so much, both of you, and blessings to you and all of your audience.
Thank you, dear lady, and we will talk to you very soon. Bye-bye.
Bye for now.
All right, Jared, that was fantastic, and we're going to jump right over to Valendiel's Long Night, another Imminent Rain, magnificent work of art.
smiles as they pass. Her touch she desired.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, of course, was For Null. I misspoke there as we were exiting to bring up the song. There are several things that have to be done at once. Let me bring that hero forward right now. And there he is, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey.
How are you
going? I'm doing
fantastic.
well. Hey, congratulations on the release of Prometheus Rising. That's pretty awesome.
Well, I appreciate that very much. And I deeply appreciate you incorporating some of the themes of Prometheus Rising into your artwork. That is exactly the kind of thing that I was hoping would happen. As Jared mentioned earlier, this was ultimately an enormous plan, and different pieces are rolling out. And I hoped that, just like was the case in the building of Cologne Cathedral, that the great workers throughout the body of our people, artists of various stripes and folks of all backgrounds, would come to support the work we were doing and to add their portion, their talents to our effort to recapture our destiny. And when I saw you produce work, you are like Imminent Rain, one of those artists that stupefies me, and so delighted that you have made these pieces. So welcome, and thank you for coming and showing up today.
Yes, For Null, welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome to TAP. Nice to speak to you.
Yes, this is awesome. I know we've been chatting here lately. I've been helping Jared out with some music production software. So
yeah, getting my setup set up, and For Null has been very helpful with that. So I thank you for that. Yes.
Yeah, that's been kind of cool. So yeah, about what you were saying, Jason, that's a great goal for your fiction, to have it kind of just grow out organically on its own in other creative people's minds. They can give life to it in all different, varieties of media, just sound sculptures, like you say, on your show all the time. So yeah, that when I first saw that book, that Born Guilty book, my eyes kind of bugged out at how huge it was. That's what she said. But
it's not after hours yet. Not after hours yet.
No, but I mean, after 20 or 30 minutes into it, I was hooked. It wasn't like, how am I going to get through this? It's like, man, I don't want it to end. So I think it really did just inspire my imagination. Like, oh man, I want to create some like fan fiction music off of this, like well, originally I'd written a horror little short that I was going to do for the White Art Collective's Halloween contest.
Mhm.
And it was based on your book. And so I was going to do that, but I never got it finished. So then I just did the song. So, but anyways.
Well, that's magnificent, because that is exactly what I hoped and planned would happen. I knew that who are the kind of people that would come to the creation of a new myth of the West, and they would feel themselves compelled, first of all, to come to that story, to resonate with that story. And then those people who could resonate with it and who were compelled to come to that story and invest themselves in it, if they then were to tap into their abilities to do something, if it was making music like you do, my dear friend, that's magnificent, or if it's somebody, an ice sculptor, for God's sakes, they then would tap into not an alien spirit, because it would be incongruous with the spirit that comes through Prometheus Rising. You wouldn't go to Prometheus Rising and say, you know what, I want to create a piece of work for Prometheus Rising. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use and then name any sort of other people's history, other background, or what. You wouldn't be drawing from that as well. It would be incongruous, and it would look like a mess. So I knew that those who were drawn and compelled to come to it, they then would be tapping into the biospirit, the spirit of the West, and they would bring forth that creativity. And I knew then also that if they did that, if they were tapping in that way, they would be accessing more ability, more talent than they would otherwise be able to access. That would ennoble them. That would it would burnish them, and they would be able to create more and better. And that, I think, is what, and I hope that we will all continue doing here. Please tell, we have you for another 4.5 minutes. Please tell folks any and everything you want about yourself, where they can find you, the work you're doing, and any other comments you have on anything that I said, brother.
Okay, well, thanks. So let's see. Well, there's my album coming out soon, which I already uploaded it to all the places. It's done. But then, I'm sitting here listening to it going, oh man, like there's a mistake there. I'm sure you probably did the same with your book. You do have to cut it off at some point, like kick it out of the nest to fly on its own or whatever. But
there's almost a party every week. Yeah, folks, next Friday Fornell releases his album. So we have a celebration next week too, lined up. So mark your calendars.
Yeah.
Woo. Yes. So I'm pretty excited about that though. Actually like paid an artist to make the album cover and everything, and it came out really cool. So that's going to be happening. My show, I started this White Rock Hour thing, and that's it turned into something different. It was just going to be me announcing songs and playing some rock music, but I started having too much fun with it and just kind of got carried away with like telling stories and stuff. And so that's kind of becoming its own weird little show. And so that's coming back too on June 5th. My plan was to, bring it back. I have an episode I've written, and I'm producing that right now. And then after the show, if no one else is doing something, I might stream the album, just on my D Live. So I'm on D Live. I'm for Null USA on most of the websites, like Twitter, it's for Null USA, and you can find me on YouTube and BitChute too.
Sounds like that'll follow Chuck Martell's Garage Party Friday, so we'll have a little tie-in with your album release.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so yeah, I like that. I like that schedule. Unless something else is planned, then I'm flexible, so I can move my show or whatever. If it like what happened this Friday, it wouldn't have been a problem to wait 15 minutes or whatever it was. So that's it for me, pretty much. That's what I've been up to, and that's about all I got to say.
Well, folks, Fornell's show is splendid over on D Live. It is hilarious, and he uses, since he doesn't have to. And this is a great way to make something like this happen. I mean, it's brilliant. We have to ask ourselves, how do we go from where we are to where we want to be? And Fernald asked himself, how am I going to go from where I am to helping our people get to where we want to be, the recapture of our destiny? And he came up with the brilliant idea of having the audio, being able to use the sounds, and not having to pay for millions of dollars worth of CGI and graphics and etc. That is just not possible. Your imagination, ladies and gentlemen, will fill in the rest. And I tell you, when he's telling these stories in between the playing of the music on the show on D Live, my imagination paints a very vivid picture, much better than they ever could do in Hollywood. I'll tell you that. And I'm will bet on your imaginations being able to do the same when you listen to him. It is hilarious and a lot of great music. And it would be great to support more of our creators when it comes to everyone, Laura Lee, everybody that appears here tonight, for Null, Ezra St. White, Luke Mason, Philosophicat, everyone. So please support. There is no support shaming in white positive sphere in service to white well-being. Anybody who supports shames is shamed out of our sphere. So any final words for Null before we're going to go out on the Quindolin Zone, another piece by Fernald that he worked in some of the themes of Prometheus Rising in, a fantastic song. But any final words you have for us?
No, just thanks for having me on. And again, congratulations. I mean, great job. I hope the book sells well and gets into a lot of our people's hands and inspires their imagination too. So that's about all I have. So yeah, thanks for having me on.
Thank you, brother. Jared, do you have anything?
Fernald, thank you for your service, your work. We look forward to your album next week, and we'll talk soon.
All right. See you guys.
All right. See you, brother. And now, everyone, we are going to listen to Fernald's next piece, which, of course, is the Quindolin Zone, a magnificent song. Sit tight. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Fournal, a magnificent artist. We are so lucky to have him contributing and participating in service to White Wellbeing. And now we are going to bring on another magnificent artist by the name of Ezra St. White. If you're ready, sir, we're bringing you forward now on stage. And there he is. How are you? Let me see. It looks like you're muted. Can I unmute you? No. There you go.
Can y'all hear me now?
We can hear you, brother.
All right. Just wondering.
Hello. Welcome to TAP.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good to finally meet you, Jared. Was just
Likewise,
wondering
thank
because the little light on my mic was blinking and I didn't know what that meant. But if you can hear me, that's very good.
We do.
And I'm happy to be here with you guys today. Again, everybody, my name is Ezra St. White, and I'm usually in the chat. So some of you guys are probably familiar with me. But in any case, I just want to introduce what I do. Obviously, Jason has already mentioned that I got a drawing that I did for him, and it's in his book. So I want to thank Jason very much for that. It's always an artist's dream to get published, and so I'm happy to do it just for that reason alone. But I do get the extra benefit of supporting White Wellbeing and our people, and I want it to be an example of something great that we can all accomplish. And so, as an artist, I show my accomplishments in a picture, but everybody has something great that they can produce for us men and women of Western kind. And then the goal for me is for our children to see this and then want to recreate what we hold precious, our values. And so when they see that, my goal is to produce beautiful things that our children will want to recreate. And so it will carry on the great trait of Western kind. So, so I guess I'll just briefly maybe let you guys know other things I do besides art. I have a YouTube channel that I've been producing do-it-yourself videos on. And on there, I've got some tips for drywall, carpentry stuff I do, build decks, and just handcrafted, great, things that can help you, and if you have a project that you don't know, you're not sure how to do, you're welcome. Anybody here is welcome to email me as well. Just EzraSt.White@gmail.com. Because on my YouTube, one of the things I like to do is to encourage our great participants to think for themselves. And in order to do that, you need to work for yourself. Now, I know that I used to work in the field as well for a large corporation, and I was successful and I was happy to a point, but it does get to, I suppose for some of us, for me at least, it gets to where I just want to encourage what I can do to have more freedom in my life. So in order to do that, more freedom for me means thinking for myself. Mm-hmm. But once you start working for yourself, that's where the next step comes in. Then you are able to think for yourself all day, every day. And so in my videos, the reason why I started posting those videos, and let me just briefly mention that Jason and Jared, because of them, I have actually stepped out and embraced and accepted the responsibility that I have as a participant. And because of you guys, I have, I guess, gained some courage, I suppose, to make these videos. But I believe they're very important because what I'm trying to do with them is encourage the participants of Western kind, all people of Western kind, to think for themselves. Mm-hmm. And so in doing that, every time I make a video, towards the beginning or towards the end of the video, I explain to them that I'm doing this so that you guys can learn to do this. And once you learn to do this, you'll be able to repair homes. It's a very essential need for people. To be a repairman is a very essential skill. It's not very hard. So I can help you guys learn to do this if it's something you're interested in learning. And at the end of the videos, I always encourage us that we need to think for ourselves, because in my opinion, that's the main part of this. And just taking somebody else's opinion or, and then running with that is really not what you guys want to do. And I'm talking to you guys in chat because you guys already know, but there's so many people's just fantasy thoughts out there, and they think if this happened perfect, then this could happen, and then this could happen over here, and then they just get on this wild chase that you guys don't want to go on. And in short, I'll tell you why: because people can't remember. They can't remember dates, times. They can't remember little fantasy talk. And even if they act like they do remember, they're just in the moment and they're just listening to you. And at the end of the day, when you're done talking to them about all of your fantasy talk, they're going to leave. And when they come and see you the next day, they're only going to look at you for who you are and what you do at that moment. They're not going to be thinking about everything you said. Even if you're able to say that again, even if you remember it, you may not remember all this stuff again to say it to them. And they're just going to be looking at who you are, what you can do in the moment for them. And so I am very impressed by both of you guys, Jared and No White Guilt, for encouraging our people to just get completely away from all of this nonsense, fantasy garbage, that even if they're able to talk about some of these things, they may not be able to even remember a lot of the stuff they're even saying. And these are things that would take hundreds of very intelligent people in meetings taking notes and drawing timelines in order to figure out exactly what these people are talking about. And that's not where we're at any point right now. And us men of Western kind and us strong white men, we really need to just be impressing upon who we are right now in the moment, because that's all that matters.
That's very, very well said, Ezra.
Yeah.
Folks, what he's touching upon here. And first of all, Ezra's work, Ezra St. White, remember that name, because you're going to see the totality of his work. It is totally beautiful. It is in the inside of the front of the book, but you'll see the whole work on my wall behind me at some point. It is so beautiful. It's going to be framed, as is Groundhog Fury's work behind me right now. I'm going to frame it. It's going to go up on the wall behind me, and everyone will get to enjoy it. Of course, his work is also going to be published again in the Artist's Edition, but it's going to be published in its totality there. You are going to love this. And for all of you other artists out there who are watching this now, be inspired by the great work of Ezra St. White. Be inspired that his work appeared in this edition of the standalone version of Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, and it will be appearing again. Your work can appear in the next edition, the Artist's Edition as well, which we hope to be later toward the end of this year. And what we want to do is promote a great many of our artists. And please give your attention to, give your support to Ezra St. White and the other artists out there who are supporting and serving White Wellbeing as Ezra is. And what he's doing here is magnificent. He's speaking to those out there who are talking about all of these different historical events that have happened in history, and some of it, and everybody has different opinions on what happened at any given point, and they are essentially peddling without a chain. They're talking about all of these things as though they are relevant today and as though they will make a difference by debating exactly what took place at some point, at some bizarre period in history, some date in history, some bizarre leader or some prominently known leader. Instead, what Ezra's doing, and this is an art, this is a very talented guy. When you receive your copy of Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, you'll see on the inside covers of this book that this man can draw. He is very talented. He is a great artist. And he's also making videos as a Westman would. He's making videos of how to get your hands dirty, how to get in and make a change. So a guy who is showing you how to repair drywall and do these different things inside of your house, inside of your home, save your family money, as I did with a changing brake video, and I will be putting up a changing the battery video. This guy also has the ability to step out of that world and into the world of sketching, of drawing, and can put together something truly magnificent, doing it out of the love for his people. And so it is a great honor to serve along your side, Ezra St. White, in this service to White Wellbeing. And if you would please, in the final 60 seconds that we have you with us, please tell everybody where they can find you, where they can support you, and where or what you will be doing next.
All right. So if everybody could just sub to me, just type in Ezra St. White on YouTube. You'll find me there. And I can promise you guys that there are some things coming up in the future. I'm looking to, in short, I do other things, not even just drawing and repair. I make rings. I make copper rings. I've been doing it for a long time. And I'm looking to start selling those rings. Okay, so I'll keep this real brief, but I'll mention this. And if everybody can sub to me, I will be posting some very interesting demonstrations on how to even make copper rings. But in short, what I'm going to do with this is try to actually sell them. And I will try to gift some content creators of my invitation once I start selling these products. You can see I even have one on right now. They're very beautiful copper rings. And so that's coming up in the future. And also, if everyone just wants to sub to me and just watch my repair videos, I would greatly appreciate it. And thank you very much.
I just
good to meet you, Jared.
Likewise, I really like what you're about and what you said. Well put. And my salutes to you. I put Ezra's link in the chat. I'm seeing people write in that they're subbing, so you should see your count rising. And thank you for what you're doing. It's a great angle that you're taking, and I look forward to hearing more from you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ezra. And we'll have you back for an after hours. We'll talk soon.
Great. We'll talk soon. I'll see you all in the chat.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right.
All right, Mr. George. Well, let me say really quick to our esteemed participants of Service to White Wellbeing that we are going to have a little giveaway right now. I am going to think of a number between
prize time.
It's prize time. I'm going to think of a number between 1 and 100. So it could be 1, it could be 100. And for everyone who selects that number, if they share their address, they have an address where I could send a signed copy, a free signed copy, postage paid by me. You will get a free copy signed with your name or someone else's. You'll have to let me know, of Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny. I'm going to write the number down right now. I will show you all. The page is blank. So between 1 and 100. And then what I want you all to do is put your number, your guess, in the live chat. I am writing the number down right now. Prize time for anybody who might want their own Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny signed copy. Put your numbers in the chat, and if my mods, if they could grab maybe screen capture or copy and paste everybody who's putting a number down so that we can make sure we get the right people. And you all stay with us. Don't go anywhere, because in just a moment, I'm going to share the number. And everybody go ahead, put your numbers down. If nobody selects the exact number, what we're going to do is the number that is closest to the number I guessed will be the person who receives the free signed copy. And if it is a number on either side, then it will be 2 people who will get a free signed copy of Prometheus Rising. You only have a few seconds left.
I take it I'm not allowed to play.
You're going to get a signed copy anyhow, my friend. But you only have a few seconds left. If you want to participate, make sure you get your numbers in now, and then we will see. We might have to, if nobody guesses the exact number, then what we'll have to do is we might have to when we go to a music break, we'll find out who's closest. If everybody is so far away that we have to do some quick mental math, because we're also going to do another number game in just a moment. And it is now exactly 4 minutes after the hour. At 25 minutes after the hour, we are going to have a brief break and play a Will to Power Awakened. And that is indeed Imminent Rain. And that great artist will be joining Mr. George and myself at that time. And we will be speaking with him for about, I think it's about 30 minutes, and the great work that he's doing, dedicating an entire album to telling the story of Prometheus Rising. Now, you're not allowed to guess more than one number. So you can't just start with one and start guessing all the way up to 100.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
It would be creative.
Let me just mention something briefly,
Please.
and we'll add to the anticipation for a minute in this prize giveaway. I just wanted to say before I forgot, I noted this while Laura Lee was on, and already some time has passed. She mentioned that quote, "For he who sows truth while darkness reigns shall lack not a harvest when the sun returns," from Prometheus Rising, that you wrote those words. Very interesting. She's not the only lady that tuned in to that phrase, to that sentence, because right before the show, our own Althea Promethea tweeted that exact same quote and said that that was her favorite quote from the book. So Althea Promethea, very active on Twitter, part of the community, sharing a lot, getting the word out there. Same sentence that she was highlighting as Laura Lee did. So a very powerful ring to it, and multiple people honing in on it tonight.
Indeed, thank you very much. Yes, and I saw that video, and I think I have it on file here to post with everybody's books that they had sent. Okay, now let's go ahead and see. We're going to go ahead and call time on this particular contest. I'm going to hold up the number. We'll see if it can be seen here. A jersey number of mine, ladies and gentlemen. Did anybody guess it? Did anybody guess this number? Mods, or if you guessed it, speak up now or forever hold your... I see one at least. Underhill guessed it. Did anybody else guess one of my jersey numbers from football days?
Of course, it involves a 3. 3 and 3 is 6. 3 times 3, 9. 3, 6, 9. Those numbers, if anyone knows the esoteric or some of the myths, those numbers are central to our people.
What? I just guessed that randomly from my jersey from back in the day. And
I guess it wasn't random that was the number painted to your back as you went into metaphorical battle on the field of athletics.
Well, isn't that
important things to come?
I've never thought about it like that, Jared. That's
all
actually...
myth. Your whole life is a myth if you know how to look at it, my friends.
Wow.
Enjoy.
Cheers, brother. Cheers. That is magnificent. I never thought about it like that. I'm going to have to post now a picture of me wearing that jersey. In fact,
I'd like to see that.
I think maybe on, if I can get it together for going free, or definitely the next tap, I will have it, since we mentioned it here today. So did anybody else other than the great Underhill guess 33? Do my mods know? It looks like only one who got it was Underhill. Says address is a bunch of X's. We'll find a way to get it to you, my friend. We will indeed find a way to get you your signed copy of Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, standalone edition. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our next competition, and it's the only other competition for a prize that we're going to have today. So get thinking now. Try to hone in on what number I might guess this time. Now I'm going to have to try to think of a number that is definitely, well, I actually have very little knowledge of all of the different esoteric definitions associated with numbers. So I don't know exactly how I'll do trying to stay away from them. But here it is again, the blank page. You can see a little bit of the shadow of where I wrote the 33. This time we are going to be competing for, again, this will be somebody we'll have to talk. We'll have to get together on maybe by way of the collectibles website, knowwhiteguiltcollectibles.com. You can write me there if you win right now, or DM, and I can get your address that way. Everybody's competing this time for a free No White Guilt pillow with the coming home graphic on it, with this lovely little girl on it right there. And I will ship this coming home graphic pillow to anyone who guesses the number either exactly or the one who comes closest to it. And if we get 2 people on either side of the number, then I will get another one of those pillows and I will send you the pillow. So I'm going to write the number down right now. What can I guess? Let's guess. All right. I've written the number down now. Write your numbers if you would like a free.
Don't make it something like 66 or 99.
I didn't. That was good.
Too obvious with what we did before. What you did before with the 33.
Right. So let's see if everybody's okay. People are guessing their numbers. I have written, again, this is between 1. Eternalism says 1 and 2 and 3, all the way up to 100. It looks like Angharad Celtic, the dear lady, is doing the same. I hope everybody's having a great party, because we are having a great time, and we had admonished you all to party while we are partying. And it's every bit of reason, so many reasons for this victory for us to celebrate. They are across the rest of the white positive sphere. They are morose over a great many things. They're seeing the end of their world. And why is it the end of their world? Well, because they are still living inside of the anti-white narrative. And as long as you continue to live inside of the anti-white narrative, what is happening across the West today and in the days preceding is, of course, the end of your world. But we know here in service to white well-being and in tapping into this great energy, this great river from the past that leads into the future, that we indeed are not going up in flames. No, we do have entropy up. And Mr. Georgian, let me actually look over there.
Is it on
Both.
Discipline or the regular channel?
Both. Should be up on both. I
have the discipline link hooked up to our site for the embedding, and I wasn't seeing it there. I'll check again.
Well, let me get to a financial gift that was made over there by Nordic Nightmare. Thank you very much. Financially gifting $3. Congratulations on the book, brother. And rest in peace, Simon Harris. Hail our people. And then the number 14, which is not the number I just guessed. But thank you very much, Nordic Nightmare.
Good guess.
And it was a good guess. And we also have over here, let me see, to my right, we have 41 BMC back financially gifting from last tap, I should say. And this time, $20. Thank you very much, brother. And writing here, congratulations on the new book. Well, thank you so much. And thank you so much for being a participant in service to white well-being. You are one of the other heroes in this community, as we have so many, and we continue to win. Let us celebrate. Let today really genuinely be a celebration for you all, another victory. And as Jared was pointing out with Fornull, we have another victory next week. And it's just, you build a head of steam with victory after victory after victory. And for those folks who want to say that, well, yes, you've covered that 100 yards up the side of the mountain, but you're still not at the top. And so they're just going to sit at base camp on the bottom and ruminate all of the ways, or how rarefied the air is on top of the mountain, and how they've seen birds soar in the skies near the top of the mountain, and how they've seen trees grow nearly as tall as the top of the mountain. While they ruminate at base camp, we will cross another 100-yard or 100-meter victory, and then another 100-yard and 100-meter victory all the way up the side of the mountain, while they sneer from below on how minuscule each of our victories actually are. And of course, eventually we will plant the flag of our victory on the mountain's top. We have here JK160 financially gifting $5 on entropy as well. Thank you very much, participant. And writing, love Prometheus Rising. One day we will all be watching the Prometheus Rising movie. Wouldn't that be something, Jared? From What did you call it again for the?
I want a cameo.
Absolutely. Of
Uh,
course.
Val Hollywood.
Val Hollywood. That's right.
Val Hollywood. Yes.
Jared George coined
And
that.
you're right. You know, we have big ambitions, but we take all these steps, and there's different things going on each week. It's true. If your context is just, well, I won't get into it, but other people have different contexts, and we salute anyone who genuinely cares for our people and is working for that. We're not saying
Precisely.
everyone has to be doing what we're doing. Jason and I and the people we're associated with, you know, we, like anyone, we have our certain perspective, talents, ways that we want to serve. But as much as stuff's going on in the world that's crazy, and again, I encourage people to, especially if you weren't here for this, listen back to what Laura Lee was saying. I was trying to intimate this in the beginning when I was saying how things are topsy-turvy, but I was enjoying this May, and it's been a time of a lot of transitions and appropriate for spring, regeneration, new projects. This is a time of great turmoil in the world, but that doesn't mean that your life has to be in turmoil. There are ways, if you're conscious enough, and if you're doing your part, if you're doing your work, to use this time, this crazy time, because 2020, as we know, is definitely off to quite a start. You can still be using it for victories. You can still be using it for growth. You can still be using it for weaving beauty and health and all good things in your life. As Laura Lee said, this is a time of boil lancing. That's how she puts it. And she even has her way of explaining it astrologically, if that's your thing. But all of the evil in the world, all of the lies, everything hidden, all of the, especially in our context, all the warfare against our people, all these things are coming to light. There's going to be a lot of pain. There's going to be a lot of confusion around that. But in that chaos, just like Jason's book begins in the void, there's potential for regeneration, growth, creativity. Renaissances follow periods like this in history. Renaissances follow times of plague and upheaval and revolution. So please do keep that in mind. I know the times are trying, and I'm not trying to make light of the very real pain that people are going through. We lost someone dear to us, and it might well have been, from what reports say, it's hard to tell, of whatever this COVID, whatever COVID is or isn't. So I'm not making light of it, of course. But all this to say, we're in a time of great change, and this community here, we're taking our own sovereignty, we're taking our own agency and saying, one foot in front of the other, as Jason just so beautifully put with his metaphor about the mountain, even if it's just a few inches a day, one foot in front of the other, what can we do to leave a trail in the world so that when we die, we know that we wove beauty and truth into it as to the best of our ability. That's why we're here together, and that's why I never tire of saying how grateful I am to be here doing this.
Beautifully, absolutely beautifully put. That's the kind of thing, ladies and gentlemen, what Mr. George just said is the kind of thing that I hope an artist will clip out and put his words to music in the background. Would be magnificent. Everybody that has done that for me has magnified whatever I'm saying 1,000-fold every time they've done it. So anybody, if you mark this time and you're looking for some insight, some wisdom to share, it would be to take Mr. George's words right there and put that to some marvelous music and magnify it. Share that as far and wide as you can. It is every one of these little victories that move us forward. And of course, completely concur with Mr. George saying that we support everyone who is serving white well-being in whatever fashion that comports with our morality. And we want them to win. We want their audiences to be 100 times the size that they are. We want them to be cherished and celebrated for their service to white well-being. And even if it's not something that we're doing or a tact that we're taking, all that matters is that we recapture the destiny of our people and provide a safe and secure environment for our families, our wives, our husbands, our children, our senior citizens, so that the world for them can be that beautiful. What was the elvish town called?
Rivendell.
Rivendell, so that it can be Rivendell for all of us.
Rivendell.
And Rivendell?
Dell, D-E-L-L.
Rivendell. Rivendell, ladies and gentlemen.
Rivendell.
So let's see. We have I guess 5.5 minutes and left. We'll find out who won the pillow or pillows. And Mr.
Who won the pillow fight?
Who won the pillow fight? So the number is 9. Who won?
Jason, it is another multiple of 3. It is another multiple of 3. Look at that. You can't get away from it.
Does that you mean it's one of the esoteric?
Yeah, well, and of course 33, 3 times 3, 9. Yeah. Can't get away from it.
Who was
I know
Celtic is one. Please take the floor. I'm going to look through, Mr. George. Whatever thoughts you have.
That's funny because Anger Red Celtic and I think we were talking, or saw her talking about the numeral 3 in the chat. But as a bit of housekeeping, yes, I do see now, I mentioned this a few minutes ago, Entropy is working on the afterparty.tv. I just had a refresh. So if you had the same issue and you weren't seeing it come up, maybe you need to refresh your browser. But again, we do encourage people to watch it there. You know what I'm going to say. YouTube's not going to be with us forever. So it's about the party, not the venue. The venue can change. The community, the people here, and it's a growing community. That's what matters. So please be flexible with us. Check out all tech. But more importantly, our own site, theafterparty.tv, is always going to be where we're streaming, where our contact is, and all of that. That's the hub. And that's really what we have far and away the most control over and is the most secure. We did everything we could so far in our power so that it is safe and it is something that'll be there as a catalog for what we do for a long time to come. And get on our mailing list too. We only send out about 1 email a month, but that is another much more secure way than relying on these social media messages and all of that.
Very well stated and absolutely pertinent, given the fact that the anti-whites are doing everything they can to censor us. Mr. George and I, ladies and gentlemen, are constantly dealing with the anti-whites behind the scenes and their censorship, and we rarely mention it to you all because it's just part of the battle that we are in.
Part of that climb up the mountain.
Part of climbing up the mountain, indeed. And it looks like I think it was Angharad Celtic. Was that the only one who won? So we got Underhill as the winner for the book, and Angharad Celtic is the winner of the pillow. Thank you all for playing and being here today.
Very nice. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations, indeed. Let's see what else we have here in the form of entropy. And quickly, before we move on, in 2.5 minutes, we have Ohesian Outlaw financially gifting $25 to the service of White Wellbeing. I salute you. Thank you very much, dear brother. Writing congrats. This is over on Entropy. And we have, is that Karabasset with financial gift of $10 and writing congrats on the book launch. Well, thank you so very much. And great to see you here as well. During our launch of Prometheus Rising standalone edition. And we have here doing, I don't know how many levels of duty, Imminent Rain, financially gifting $3 and writing Promethean Hails so hard. And ladies and gentlemen, Imminent Rain is the one who coined Promethean Hails, the first one that I ever saw write that into a chat and emails to me, and it works beautifully. We'll be playing one of his pieces of music in just a moment. Let me have another check over here to make sure that we are clear over here. It looks like we are. And in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to hear the magnificent music, another fantastic piece. I think this is the penultimate piece at this point from Imminent Rain, making an album, dedicating the entire album to telling the story of Prometheus Rising. Are you an artist? Are you a musician? Are you a singer? Are you a poet? Are you a sculptor? Do you write fiction, nonfiction? What do you do? And in what way do you do it? Can you tell the story of Prometheus Rising? And what exactly is the story of Prometheus Rising? It is the story of our biospirit. It is the story of who and what we are. Mr. George suggested a brilliant thing years ago now, and we are going to do it because of indeed, because of the individuals who are trained in our lore, individuals who are trained in Middle English and otherwise, coming to the conclusion after reading Prometheus Rising that I had some higher education in these fields when I did not. I do not. I still have not. And purposefully, I'm not going to go anywhere near those things because of Mr. George's brilliant idea, which is to videotape with unedited of me on a polygraph test being asked if I had any deep knowledge of this, had I studied any of these areas of research. So proving to everyone out there that this was a genuine tapping into something that is yet inexplicable to us, something that is still magical. There's something real there, and we will be making that video. But right now, we're going to be getting over to the magnificent Imminent Rain's A Will to Power Awakened. In just one moment. Sit tight.
Genius as deep as the ocean.
vigor of mastery, now gave thought to peerless cunning, dissimulation and deceit. Realms of thought and action once mastered by Gorthing, bending now their knees to a new master. Concealed and dissemble without fear. I too can bring death to my enemies, yea, more so than you.
Another fantastic piece from the great Imminent Rain, ladies and gentlemen. And we will now bring him forward. If he is ready, dear sir, please step out from behind the curtain. The great musician himself, ladies and gentlemen, Luke Mason, Imminent Rain. Welcome, dear sir.
Hey, how's it going? Can y'all hear me?
Perfectly.
Awesome. Yeah,
welcome to Tap.
Hey, thanks. I'm glad to be here tapping it so hard.
That is fantastic.
Yeah. Sorry about the awkward, what do you call that, Buffalo Bill joke there. But anyway, man, I just, I've been in the chat and just people are so amazing and encouraging and supportive. I'm kind of beside myself at the moment. I forgot all the awesome things I was going to say.
Oh, no.
But,
please go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. You lead.
You know, well, now you know the pain of streaming. I forgot all the awesome things I was going to say as soon as the camera starts. It's quite all right. It happens to all of us. We're just here to hear a little bit from you. How long have you been playing guitar, and what was your experience like with that? Were you in bands?
Oh, yeah, I was in quite a few bands. I started on guitar first. My Uncle Ray taught me the first few years that I did it, and really cool dude. And he wasn't a pro or anything, but he was an accomplished player, and I picked that up and kind of ran with it. And I also played trumpet from like 5th grade on, and so yeah, I've had like a dual experience of playing guitar outside of school because they didn't offer guitar back in the old days when I went to grade school. And
we have to hear your metal trumpet solos. You have to somehow get that.
Man. You know, I had to kind of set the trumpet aside when I became a dad because I just didn't have the time to maintain my chops. But I played it all through college, so you know, unlike a lot of guitar players, I actually know how to sight read. but yeah, I've just been really blessed. I don't know if I mentioned, but I married a choir teacher, married my high school sweetheart, in fact.
Oh, and, that's fantastic.
Yeah, we've got 4 beautiful Promethean phenotype kids running around that are all bigger than everyone in their classes. And it's pretty funny. My kids are like giants. But yeah, you know, I really lucked out. You know, I've been very blessed to have a lot of really good teachers. And, you know, my wife, even though she hasn't been like a formal vocal teacher for me, just being in the house listening to me practice and trying to learn how to sing, because it's my second instrument. Guitar was my first, and then trumpet. No, I guess it's my third. So yeah, it was kind of a struggle for about 10 years there. You know, all my bandmates were like, dude, we're gonna have someone else sing. But yeah, I was going to I was going to talk about I've been getting into visual art, and our good friend Groundhog Fury has been kind enough to kind of take me under his wing a little bit and encourage me in that. And I kind of neglected my visual art chops for about 20 years while I was getting good at music. And the other thing I'm really into is martial arts. I did a lot of Korean martial arts, which is how I ended up with my hips replaced. But I used to have these like beautiful like jump spinning kicks and everything. It turns out it's not really good for all people to do those kind of moves. You know, if you have the wrong genetics for it, it can really mess you up.
Right.
But yeah, I really love martial arts. I'm into more of like, Western martial arts, and right now like boxing and wrestling. Obviously I have to do that a little differently with metal hips, but I teach my kids Kung Fu too. I do like Wing Chun and Arnis, which is a Filipino system. And I really dig the martial arts. It was rough for those years when my hips were bad to kind of recover. And plus I was raising my kids at that time, so that was pretty trying times. But yeah, it's just really good to be back doing that. And my kids are pretty cool. They don't like it when I try to get them to do Kung Fu, and anything that's not playing video games, they have a hard time participating in.
Have you ever spoken to Donald Kent about martial arts? Because you both have that in your background.
Yeah.
Yes, I have. Donald Kent has been very kind to me, and he's a really great dude. And I think that dude has way more Kung Fu training than me, to be honest. I kind of picked the Kung Fu up from cross training, and I did that as an alternative to the Korean martial arts that I started in, because when I was a young dude, it was all about kicking people in the head, But now that I'm older, and that it doesn't sound as fun anymore. But Donald's done like all these different Kung Fu systems for decades, and I think he even speaks the language. Like he's a very knowledgeable guy. Plus, he's an incredible artist, and yeah, it's we got some really talented people in our sphere.
We really do.
I've been really enjoying Four Knowles' White Rock Hour. That guy, I mean, not only is it like the music, but then you get these really cool comedy bits in between the songs. And I thought it was great, the one that I saw. And, I've been listening to Ezra St. White as he reads parts of the Go Free, which I really enjoy that book. And I find it really useful. I started teaching my kids a little bit out of that book. They're kind of, I don't know, I think I'm so into this that my kids, I think they have a hard time understanding how important it is, this struggle that we're going through. And they just kind of want to check out and play video games and be kids. So I can't blame them too much for that. That's what I would have wanted to do as a kid. So.
Well, you said you got to set the example. They remember everything.
Yeah.
So
Totally.
my parents a couple weeks ago, it's like, I probably remember things you don't. I was telling my dad like these little details, but kids are imprinting machines when it comes to that. So it's great. Everything you're doing right now will ripple out and affect their lives later on.
Well, I certainly appreciate having a community of people that actually care about what I'm doing with the music, because, without that, I really felt like I was just shooting in the dark, just releasing my stuff. And I mean, I've done a few other projects, and some of them were pretty gnarly and stuff that I wouldn't bring up in the white positive sphere, just really extreme and intense. But I started Imminent Rain thinking, well, maybe I should just try and go more positive with this. And not too long after that, I heard Jason talking about, he was lamenting the fact that a lot of our rock music has been just gradually replaced by just urban jungle noise in the clubs. And I'm a cover band musician. So I play in a cover band and we do, a few of those songs. And during our breaks is when the music is it's just terrible. I don't know how to describe it. It really is just noise. And it definitely is antithetical to the spirit of the West. So I always try and escape outdoors and hang out with our keyboard player when we're having those breaks so I don't have to hear the music. But
there's a culture that's gone away. You're right. I've spoken to people about this where clubs have been closing cities across America. It's not perfect. And I know it's not the time. You could debate I mentioned the article before, but this is more about the socialization, the club and meeting people. Might not be the ideal Promethean vision of, let's say, like rock dive bars in the 60s and 70s and even more recent decades. But that's where our people, and country as well, country and Western, of course, our people would meet, dance. Rock music used to have a lot more dancing involved. There was a social aspect. All these rock clubs have closed across the states. And there's a whole thing there that's been lost. I know a lot of young people, from what I've seen and some people I've talked to, I guess for the last 15 years or so, in some of our cities, at least in some of the big coastal cities, it's kind of been replaced by, for some, in kind of like creative crowds and young, just looking to be involved in a scene, with like improv comedy and stuff like that. I mean, it's amazing. I've seen in cities like people waiting outside, sitting on the street to get into like these improv comedy things, whereas it used to be rock shows. But a lot of that humor, as we've also discussed, is laced with anti-white assumptions and that whole worldview. Or it's just a lot of humor now is just cynical and everything is so super ironic that even if it's not explicitly anti-white or even implicitly anti-white, it still lacks the kind of aspiration and meaning and shooting for something that we're talking about here tonight. Like when Laura Lee was on, it reminded me, Jason, like you're swinging for the fences. That's something I appreciate about you. I appreciate about artists like Luke and everyone involved in this. Not trying to hide it in irony and say, oh, I didn't really mean that, but really trying to do something that's good and not just saying, well, or again, maybe not even saying this, but implicitly going along with this thought form that's in the air right now, that everything good happened in the past. That's atrophy, that's death, and that's been a thing even in popular culture. There's all this talk of a lot of the fashions and music and everything is just, it keeps recycling old stuff, and that has to change because that's the death knell of a society, of a culture. Again, that's well-trod material. I'm not saying anything original here, but it does tie into the spirit of what's going on here and the shift that we're all trying to start from the inside, this vortex, and spin it out and affect the wider world, not just our sphere, but I think it will cross over more into just vague, mainstream, other people's spheres as well, because there's actually something generative here. There's something aspirational.
Yeah, I agree. What you're saying about, swinging for the fences really hits home with me. I remember watching a Jefferson Lee and a Josh Neal talk about the difference between Van Hagar versus Van Halen, and how you could tell like the David Lee Roth lyrics were all about just degeneracy and partying and just kind of being just a lecherous fool. And then the lyrics of Sammy Hagar were like super romantic and aspirational and could this be love? And just very, he had his raunchy songs too. I know about all those. Those are some of my favorites. But but yeah, I thought that was a really salient point. I really like this whole Promethean idea, this whole kind of way of seeing the world. of really striving and not giving into this kind of hipster, like I'm too cool to care about anything. Actually, I want to be the opposite of cool. I want to be on fire.
Yeah.
Well said. Yeah, you could do a whole video or an essay on that. That word "cool" is very tricky. I mean, I use it. I still use it. It's in my lexicon, I admit. But the notion it has in a lot of contexts is actually very negative.
Yeah, totally. I think it did kind of come about in a culture that was trying to make it. Well, actually, they have that in today's culture. My friend has some sons, and he told me that he was getting really fed up with them calling him a tryhard. Like it's suddenly not noble anymore to put effort into things, or.
God, yeah.
Yeah, I could really relate to that when he said that to me, and he was, talking about how, he sees the culture of his kids, and I see it too with, some of the things that my kids watch on YouTube, and I kind of drop the hammer on them sometimes when I see them watching degenerate stuff. I don't allow it in my house, but I see how everything for white people, it just seems like it's become more beta and less masculine. And I think we should fight that trend with all we've got,
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Don't get me started on that rock and roll. That was like a proto red pill for me. 'Cause I remember like most of the music I like was made before I was born. And I mean, it's all relative in our circles. I know there's the guys who like post muscle-bound Vikings, or they're into like black metal, and that's great. I definitely can appreciate like the thunder, the thumos in metal. I'm more of a rock and roll guy, so you might look at some of these 60s and 70s guys, and they were more elvish with their long hair, and you might think, oh, it's kind of feminine, but there was still, and I've had a few conversations about this. I talked to Josh about this actually on his show when he was still doing No Apologies Live. There was still this foot on the pedal energy. There was a masculine energy to it, and then after the turn of the century, you had these different trends in like emo rock and all this stuff. And again, it's very nuanced, because anyone that knows me knows I'm not one to like put down the romantics, and I'm a romantic myself, but it's all how it's done. It was just this like mall rat music, like emo guys walking around the mall writing depressed poems about the girl they'll never get. You can't compare that. You can't compare that to the Who and Led Zeppelin. I mean, come on, they're worlds apart. And whether or not that's your taste in music, I think you have to at least acknowledge that energetically, worldview wise, it's coming from a different place, and we need to reclaim what you're saying. I'm with you 100%.
Totally. Part of the reason I'm so still in love with this 80s aesthetic is because in the 80s, it was considered fashionable and laudable to be masculine and macho and strong and manly. And I really like that. Back in the day, we had like Hulk Hogan and like Snake Plissken and all these like really super alpha heroes. And I think the music also of that time kind of reflected that too. I don't get too mad at me for ripping on grunge musicians, but I can tell you, as a dude that practiced shredding for 10 years, and then suddenly when I get into high school, it's uncool to have facility on your instrument if you're a guitar player. That was one of the things that just really made me lose a lot of faith in what the mainstream was all about, because I just saw, how can you even, I thought it was super pretentious for people to say, oh, Nirvana is way better music than, I don't know, some of these Extreme would be a good example, or Van Halen, like no way, not even close. It's I guess I kind of fall into the Yngwie Malmsteen camp. Yngwie is this Swedish shredder that plays super fast classical, neoclassical metal guitar, but people always tease him because he says that less is actually less and more is actually more. But I think it's actually kind of true. I mean, there's definitely something to be said for virtuosity and skill. And I think we lost a bit of that in the 90s and in the 2000s. I'd like to see us get back to some of that. And I have seen that, actually. I do see some white pills. I see that, when Guitar Hero came out, it suddenly, people were listening to all these old shred songs, and they started to influence bands like Avenged Sevenfold and Alter Bridge. Bands started coming out with more interesting, complex music. And I just think that that's a very Promethean thing. I think that should be encouraged for people to strive for those higher levels of skill achievement.
Yeah, my thing is always just we are a multifaceted people, and we're going to have our folk musicians that can tell this stark truth with just 3 chords on an acoustic guitar and a nice melody that goes over it, or the complex neoclassical metal shredding and all kinds of things. Orchestral music is still alive to some degree in film scores as well. I guess what ties all of it together is kind of a searching and a longing. I know it's oft quoted, and I know it might sound lofty to some people, and you're kind of like, what does that mean? But I definitely knew what Oswald Spengler meant. We hear this a lot in the whole Decline of the West thing when he said, the Faustian spirit looks for infinite space. When you look at Gothic cathedrals, or you listen to symphonic music, to me, in a lot of rock production, the best rock production, you kind of hear the space around the instruments. Even though rock is loud and in your face, there's loud drums and guitars. The best productions, to me, have this space. And a friend of mine put it beautifully once. He said, you hear the void. And like that's like the best rock music to me combines the earth and heaven. There's the pulse of the drums and the crunch of the guitars, and there's something very visceral about that. Obviously sexual as well. Let's not beat around the bush, but also there's looking for the transcendent. Again, the Countercurrents article I wrote is kind of my summation of all that, because I have a lot of thoughts on this. I actually, I'm not in the Yngwie Malmsteen camp, and I like Nirvana better than Extreme, but my thing is, a musician is good if they can do what they're trying to do. So
sure,
yeah, like, because some of our guys get a little geeky about it, and then guitar becomes like an athletic event. How fast can you play? How many notes per minute? And there's an imbalance you can get into there too if you lose the heart and the soul from that as well. But my thing is, there's a whole spectrum to get to where I began with this, and this happens with so much stuff. Jason and I talk about this. It happens with the boomer meme. There's all these dividing lines, generations, tastes in music, as we're talking about, and a million other things. Guys, why? Like, I could sit here and talk to Luke and say, all right, you like Extreme and Van Hagar, and I actually prefer Nirvana to that, but who cares? They're all expressions of the West. They might not be perfect expressions. They might be marred in some of the dirt and the grime of the modern era, but it's still, it's stuff in our recent memory and our pop culture, and we can claim it, just like Unwashed is doing with all the recent British popular culture and the vile stuff. I think it's brilliant what him and Lucy Brown are doing. They're claiming white culture back. And we're talking about some stuff maybe more in an American context right now, some of the bands from 80s and 90s. But the point is, be cool about it. Like, I could say to Luke, hey, I like this, you like that. That's interesting. Why do you like that? And I don't have to be like, I'm better than you because I like these bands more than your bands. It's not a competition. It's all just part of what we love. I think people need to just relax a little bit with the whole dividing the social space this way or projecting themselves onto other people. Why not just be like, all right, you like what you like, I like what I like. That's interesting. Maybe I'll listen to, like, why do you like that? Or maybe I'll try to hear what you hear in it. It's not, that hard. It's not that hard.
I didn't mean to like
positive context here. Just be cool. Be cool about it.
Yeah, I didn't mean to rip on Nirvana too hard. It was just
No,
more of
I
a
don't care. They're not my
personal
favorite
thing for
band.
me.
They're not my favorite band, but I do like them better than Yngwie Malmsteen, I have to say.
Yeah, for me it was just a personal thing. You know, to be honest, I can't really play like Yngwie. And in fact, I'm a way bigger fan of Joe Satriani than Yngwie because his melodies just hit me in the feels, you know. And I think there's something to be said. There's a complexity even in, you know, folk music or simpler forms of music that has more to do with the finesse in the way that the lyrics are written, or that. And I didn't mean to rip on that at all. I like some simple music. My first favorite band was ZZ Top, so they're not known for very complex music. They're kind of like a dirty old man band that my dad used to listen to in his body shop, you know, when he's working on cars.
There's a complexity in some of that simplicity too. That's one of the hardest things to do is just write a verse, chorus, bridge, chorus, catchy pop format song. It's a hard thing to do. You get these English majors that are like, oh, I'll be the lyricist because I have a master's degree in English. they write all this clunky stuff. You have to be able to say a lot with a little. So my apologies to Yngwie about that, but you know, there is a simplicity in there's a complexity in the simplicity with some of that folkish. And I think rock and roll is a folk art. We have our instincts for the folk stuff and our instincts for the academy, and maybe some of the, you know, trained metal guys, they draw on classical, and that's where you hear that. That's a great melding of one of our traditions. But for me, rock and roll, what that term means, if you begin teaching rock and roll in a classroom, it's not rock and roll anymore. There's no such thing as teaching rock and roll at Berkeley College in Boston. It's not rock and roll. It's antithetical to the rock and roll spirit. They're modern minstrels, they're modern troubadours, they're modern romantics. This stuff is passed down like a craft. You figure it out by listening to the record, or your friend shows you a riff. It's not. You might take some guitar lessons, but I don't know if we're getting off track here. We're going to talk about Prometheus.
This is really great.
But to me, rock and roll is not taught in the classroom. That's all I have to say on that.
No, that's cool. I can relate to that because, you know, I didn't learn guitar in the classroom for most of my time, not until I got to college, you know, and a lot of it was just me jamming out with my uncle. And that's how I learned rock and roll, you know. My uncle used to, you know, he was in the army and he rode a Harley, and he's cool. To this day, like, he's a super Promethean guy, man. He builds like these boat engines and figures out ways to, I can't remember the last thing he built, but it just kind of blew my mind. He's kind of a mechanical genius, a mad scientist, if you will. But yeah, that was the dude that taught me how to rock on guitar, you know.
That is really sweet, brother. Well, that is. I mean, we had some of these Prometheans of Western kind heading into the stars today, out into space, as the other groups of people around the world are busy burning down our cities. So reminiscent of several decades past. With our final 4 minutes or so with you, my one of my real heroes here, Imminent Rain, ladies and gentlemen, and listen to how he's using our lexicon here. He's talking about his uncle being a Promethean guy, and this is Prometheus Ithelia from the book Prometheus Rising: Take Back Your Destiny. So this is a rewriting of the Promethean myth, drawing a few pieces from the past as they came down to me, completely without a deep education of our ancient lore. And we will be proving that in the near future with a video. But Luke, what would you like to leave folks with? Where can they find you? And I would like, if you could, just in any way you would like to, as many words as you would like, over the course of the next couple of minutes that we have left with you here, tell folks where they can find you, and tell folks why you felt moved to dedicate an entire album to Prometheus Rising after having read the story in Born Guilty?
Oh, well, let me start with that one. I am a huge fantasy fan. Well, not a huge one. Mainly just Tolkien, and and also Robert E. Howard, that guy, the guy who wrote the Conan books. I really like those. His florid prose. The florid prose in Prometheus Rising is really something to behold. It was super poetic. And the other thing that I found is that on a spiritual level, it really connected with me. I used to be like an extreme Catholic, like super hardcore Catholic. And I got to a place to where it wasn't working for me anymore. I didn't feel like I could really use my gifts in a way that would be appreciated in the Catholic Church. They don't like metal guitar in the Catholic Mass. But, and so when I left the church, I kind of lost my community, and I lost a lot of spiritual kind of edification that I was getting from that. And I won't go into the whole pagan thing right here, right now, but what I can say is that when I read Prometheus Rising, it was after I had been red-pilled for a while, and I had been, consuming some pretty hardcore, kind of dangerous idea content. And I still like some of that stuff, I won't lie, but Prometheus Rising to me showed me like the correct way for our people to go about reclaiming our destiny in a way that can actually be done. And I thought it was just brilliant. Like I had thought that, our people need some kind of a racial, ethnic mythos to unite around. And whether it's, literally or historically true or not, I think that myth still serves some really important functions and gives us useful models in order to explain things and to understand things. And when I read Prometheus Rising, I was like, this is it. This is what I've been searching for. And I was like, man, this story is so epic. And I've always been into epic stuff. And I've thought about doing concept albums for, different topics like Tolkien or Conan or something. But when I read Prometheus Rising, it also has that racial aspect that I think is so important and so overlooked and neglected because we're punished for noticing it, in our society. And I think it's also really ingenious because it's a positive way to go about it. It really is almost like a church to me, because we, instead of trying to, dwell on the negative, it's like a very positive, heroic, virtuous path. And I think that our people really need that. And I see a ton of potential in it. Another thing I should say real quick is that as I've been writing this album, I've really delved pretty deep into the text of it in order to be able to write about it. And so I feel like I'm ready to go to Promethean seminary, I almost feel like I should number the verses of it so that I could reference it, to make different points or whatever. But, I think it's a really outstanding work of art and something that's really pertinent and important for our people at this time when, we're being kicked off of platforms and expected to just accept our erasure. And as far as where to find me, I just want to send some love over to the White Art Collective. My stuff is going to be available on there. I was on Bandcamp, but unfortunately I found my account deleted there a few weeks ago. I don't know why, because I've really, compared to some of my other stuff I've done, I've been on my best behavior with Imminent Rain and with this project. I'm very careful about how I approach certain topics. And so, perhaps it was maybe my web address had a few of the wrong numbers in it or something that triggered an algorithm. I might try to put it up on Bandcamp again, but honestly, I'd rather just support the White Art Collective. Jeff Winston is doing a killer job there. All the people in that sphere are just like, I feel like they're my brothers and sisters, you know, and I just feel just such a tremendous sense of support and family and community there. And so if you go to the White Art Collective site, it's not there now, but it will be very soon. I've been keeping in touch with Jeff and a lot of the other folks there in the White Art Collective, and yeah, that's where my stuff is going to be. I'm throwing in my towel with the White Art Collective. That's my camp.
Brilliant, brother. I could not appreciate you more than I do. And I want everybody to focus briefly on the fact, this moment, that all of these folks who are coming to the service of White Wellbeing are normal. They have the normal sensibilities of Western kind. They are accomplished. They are successes. These are not the kind of folks that you find in some of the other places in the white positive sphere, where you find people that have led very different lives. They've been white flighting because of the mean pathogens inside of them. They've been coping in ways that are destructive for themselves, destructive for our civilization, destructive for their family, destructive for their community. These folks are all on the path to improving themselves, to going free of these mean pathogens, and doing this in a positive way that lifts themselves and their family members, our friends, and our entire community indeed, because we are only going to be safe and secure and ennobled ourselves if we do so for our community. Imminent Rain is a magnificent example of this. He's going to be continuing to produce these pieces. I think it's supposed to be 10 pieces in total to tell the story of Prometheus rising. And I will say this, I thank you deeply for the kind words about the literature, but I want everyone to take those kind words about that, about this book, about this story, as compliments to themselves, because it is the story of our biospirit. It is who we are. It's the reason why we resonate with it, is because it is the story of our people. And so let's continue to support people like Luke Mason. Support Luke wherever you can. If it can be monetarily, do so. If it can be nothing but a kind word and a pat on the back and an applaud for his great talent and contributions, do so. Let's make sure that we share the work that he does, and Philosophicat, who will be on in just a bit, and Jeff at White Art Collective, Mama and the Pepes, and everyone else over there. Let's continue to spread, because we need the culture that we create to clothe the psychological defense that shields us against the psychological warfare. And finally, now we are putting a focus on the spiritual aspect that Luke was alluding to in his final words. So Luke, it's been fantastic to have you on. It's a real honor to know you, dear brother. And folks, we are going to be listening to his most recent piece, following up right now, when we let Luke go, called A Nation in Its Youth. It is magnificent. And then right after that, it's going to segue immediately into the final third of episode 7, Philosophicats. It is called The Primordial Nature of the Patriciate, the final third of episode 7, The Primordial Nature of the Patriciate. And then the lady herself. Talk about a lady like right out of Rivendell. Philosophicat will be with us. Luke, any final words as we let you go?
I really enjoyed talking to both of you. Jared, I'm totally looking forward to reading your article about rock and roll. I think there's going to be a lot in there to talk about with my fellow musicians over at the White Art Collective. And I just appreciate both of you guys so much. You guys are heroes to me. So thanks for having me on.
We're all heroes to each other. Luke, I wanted to say you really captured something, what you said a few moments ago about the Prometheus Rising work and why you were drawn to it. Very well said, very well appreciated. Thank you for your words on the article too. Please let me know what you think of it. Share any thoughts. Maybe we'll talk about it more, or I'll get involved in a White Art Collective chat. I'm in some more there chats now, but we'll all talk. It was great hearing from you and speaking to you, and thank you for helping us celebrate this.
Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. Promethean hails.
Promethean hails, brother, indeed. All right, folks, sit tight. Here we go.
them upon the knoll. He sang into their dreams, great visions filled their souls, awakened to a paradise, preserved in script and song. They explored their habitation, growing friendships deep and strong. But while they laughed and sang, and hearts were filled with love, hatred, vile and hideous was soaring up above. While they danced and played, and cheeks were rosy red, something dark and sinister was lurking up ahead.
The role of the family patriarch was that of a bridge between his family and the family's tutelary gods. He must perform the rites to reinvigorate the gods who are the progenitors of the family, and to harness the supernatural powers for the benefit of both the living and the dead. The paterfamilias in ancient Rome was also believed to embody the genius, that is, the generative principle and guardian spirit of his ancestors, and in general the innate male power of one's clan. The genius was, interestingly, represented by the snake, which was a nearly universal symbol among ancient cultures of both immortality and wisdom, the tempter of man to divine knowledge and understanding. In the traditional family, their bond was not one of affection, but one of religion, to which natural affection was subordinate, and this condition characterized the patriarchal family wherever ancestor worship existed. The shared ritual that was unique to a particular family constituted the basis of the bond. The paterfamilias held the rights in trust for his family, the caretaker of them for a generation. While modern scholars often malign the patria potestas as a cruel despotism that was wielded to put family members to death or to sell children into slavery, in reality, while his legal rights may have had a formidable character, the paterfamilias was expected to rule his family guided by divine wisdom and justice, in service to the greater good of the family, and would not likely be used against the communal judgment of his family or wider society. For example, an errant son might be put to death if he had committed some crime that jeopardized the continuation of the family cult through bringing ruin upon the family, particularly in societies where the whole family could be held accountable for the crimes of a relative, as in ancient Japan, where the entire family might be put to death for a capital offense. The paterfamilias was the representative of his family, and if he erred in his judgment, the whole family could be liable to suffer the consequences of his mistake. He exercised his authority in the name of the family as a whole, guided by his knowledge from above and his superior ontological nature, for the long-term benefit of the family, not as a tyrannical imposition of his own will and personal agenda. The role of the paterfamilias would be inherited by the firstborn son, and in the Vedic tradition, the firstborn son frees his father from the debt to the ancestors, taking his father's place on the earthly plane and continuing to bear forth the spiritual fire of the blood of the ancestors. His spiritual mission is directly tied to the cult of his family, and he must keep the family's spiritual quest alive. It was considered the greatest calamity to die without leaving a male heir to perform the rites and make the offerings. As the creative force is part of the masculine principle, the duty of maintaining the rites rested with the man, not the woman. It was therefore of paramount duty to the family to ensure an heir. For a younger son to die without an heir was a personal misfortune for him, but in the case of the firstborn son and successor, it was a crime against the ancestors, as the religious cult of the family was then threatened with extinction. However, because the family bond was primarily a spiritual one, a son could be adopted into the family to carry on the rites, and likewise a biological son who neglected the rights of the family could have his privileges taken away. Thus, right rather than blood was the primary unifier of the family, and this was also the case when it came to marriage among patrician families. In India, Greece, and Rome, before becoming her husband's bride, a woman had to first be mystically joined to his family through the rites. While the lower classes participated in a secular type of marriage, where the woman was seen as merely property to be transferred from father to husband, the patrician classes conducted a ritual and sacred marriage, and Evelyn notes that the sacral element that abided in the agape was considered to be so important that without it the validity of the marriage could be challenged. Evola also touches on the idea of a spiritual paternity superseding a natural paternity, of a second birth over a natural birth. He quotes from the laws of Manu: "The Brahmana who brings about the Vedic birth of an older person and who teaches him his own duties becomes his father according to law, even if he himself is a child." That is, one who guides another along the path of Dharma becomes that person's spiritual father, and this is a stronger connection than that of mere biology. The family arose as a consequence of contact with the divine and is an adaptation of that original spiritual lineage. The repeating theme throughout tradition is the order from above. Every traditional institution, from the empire to the family, is, to varying degrees, a microcosm of the macrocosm, a reflection of the innate hierarchy of divine order. These institutions are not based on naturalistic elements from below, but on the sacred legacies and spiritual actions that bend and shape nature to resonate with the divine. However, in the current age of the Kali Yuga, where the family has broken down into little more than loose collections of atomized individuals, the ideal of a family united by something more than blood might seem like only a half-remembered dream. Few of us have families that are equipped to assist us on a spiritual path. How can we regain our divine lineages and relight the triumphal fire of our ancestors? We can reignite the flame within ourselves, the living link in the golden chain that stretches into eternity. It is said in the Srimad Bhagavatam that a person who achieves a spiritual victory purifies his entire dynasty, as if a current of liberating spiritual energy travels down the metaphysical circuits of a family line into a dimension where time and space cease to exist, the biospirit reinvigorating the forefathers in their spiritual journey in the afterlife. We can become a liberating force for our ancestors and stir the gods of our families, giving them a new life, allowing them to live again. We need not allow despair to set in, or to watch the modern world and feel as though life has no meaning. When you are connected to the great spirit of your ancestors, then that life essence animates you and serves as an antidote to nihilism. There are thousands of lifetimes within you, of which you are but a sacred trustee and a bearer of the flame. For whatever shortcomings many of our forefathers may have had, they somehow managed to keep the fire alive through countless dark nights so that we could be here today. By completing the journey and discovering the lost wisdom, by living in step with the integral traditions, you reconnect your soul to the collective unconscious and become who you were born to be. You are the bearer of this divine fire of your forefathers, your family, and your people. Rise to this challenge, all who heed the call, and along with the turning of the seasons will come a new nobility, made strong like steel in the furnace of the Kali Yuga, with hearts full of love and spiritual power, the two elements from which great nations are born, and on which the fate of the world turns.
My hearth, my family, my treasure of soul, my people, my legacy, my honor to know.
We were so proud and strong,
And we could do no wrong as long as we kept the rights alive.
on the grasp of destiny,
Woven through eternity, the infinite extends its hand to light. United are we, through the circuits of life. The fire of our hearts kept alive. The gods have blessed us, dear Potter. Your guidance has brought us the divine. My love, my dignity, my virtuous guide, my hope, my progeny, the imminence of life.
Our emblem was invincible.
Our lineage, the true symbol, as long as we kept the rights alive.
The soul and dignity.
Uranian in quality, our ancestors are given a new life. United are we, through the circuits of life. The fire of our hearts kept alive. The gods have blessed us, dear Potter. Your guidance has brought us the divine.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the great Philosophicat and her colleague, George. And now we will bring the fair lady up. Here she is.
Hello.
Hello, dear lady.
How are you both tonight?
Oh, fantastic. Couldn't be any
Hello,
better.
Kat. Welcome back to TAP, and thank you for helping us celebrate. I quickly put my camera on, and it looks like it's doing that crazy thing again. Yeah, where we get the Rubik's Cube. So I'll be audio for a minute. I might pop off and come back in.
Okay.
But Kat, yes, welcome. And I'm curious, Jason, get you talking with Kat about this as to why you played that part of the patriciate video, the hierarchy, the order. I like that, the great order. It's kind of up my alley, up my street, however you want to say it. So what are your thoughts on that? I'd like to hear you two speak about that and how it connects to Prometheus Rising.
Well, I think that Kat is speaking. So, first of all, it is such a great pleasure and honor to have Philosophicat with us. She's a longtime friend in the white positive sphere. I can vouch for her. And so she has many talents. She's a great musician, a great singer. She's got a magnificent voice that is not just something inherited, but something that she has trained for a very long time, trained her voice to be able to hold these sorts of notes and sound this absolutely beautiful and mystical at the same time. Beautiful pieces of music. Of course, her and the whole team over there at Uberfolk, we celebrate every single one of them and their successes. And one of the things that Kat is doing is she is, well, to be honest, she's one of those women that elsewhere in the white positive sphere, they would say, well, we don't want her around. Why have a girl, participate? This is the kind of, this is why we are where the adults get together. And this is the place where adults speak and adults plan on how to recapture our destiny. And we are coming from, as we were noting with the great Luke Mason, a great position of love, Now, Philosophicat is a very intelligent lady, just like Laura Lee earlier. And she's dug deep into this. She's doing these videos. She has a team, and a big thanks to everyone in the background who are either doing so, serving this cause, serving white well-being openly, or are doing it anonymously. They are giving their time, they're giving their talents. Nobody is getting rich. So a great thank you to all of those people who either by dint of just the fact that you can't name everybody or because they want to be unnamed. A great thank you to all of those who help Philosophicat and everything that she's doing move forward. But she's been digging into, with these videos, a great deal of what comes by way of our heritage, what shards have come down from the past that our adversaries, our victimizers, the anti-whites, haven't destroyed yet. They haven't tried to thieve from us. They haven't, by taking over the centers of power through the corruption of money. Not saying the money in and of itself or the concept in and of itself is evil, but by way of that power and others, they have corrupted much of what we have done and polluted everything they could that ends up coming down to us. And we are left with this pool, this mess, this wreckage. And brilliant people like Kat are moving through that wreckage and trying to discover the kernels of wisdom, using the insights of some of our greatest thinkers as well to do so. And as their magnifying glass, as their torch through the ruins of Western civilization that the anti-whites have made of it. So we are simultaneously, and I felt like this was the great connection, the great linkage to Prometheus Rising. We have created a new myth for the West, and it is from the same source that the old myths were created. So their old stories, their old insights, their old rights come down to us in the pieces that we can assemble them, and we can join them again to what we create here. So that we can become whole again, strong again. We can have that harmony. And a person like Philosophicat can speak directly to that. So, my dear lady, thank you for appearing. And thank you for all of the beauty you have brought to the white positive sphere. Please dive in, attack any branch of this issue you would like to go at first.
Well, thank you, Jason. And first of all, a big congratulations on your book release. I'm sure you're very excited about that. And I've seen it's already gotten some positive reviews on Amazon, so that's great. It was nice of you to play that segment of the video, and people seem to like it. And I suppose, one thing I can speak of is the importance of attempting to walk a heroic path. And in a sense, when we think about our ancestors and the spiritual link that we have to them, many people feel nihilistic in this world, and maybe they don't want to do what they know is the right thing for themselves because they just don't see a point in it. But even many people who are nihilistic will still do the right thing for people they love. And so if that motivates you in any way to think of your ancestors and your descendants, one of these concepts in the world of tradition that Evola speaks about is this idea that we have the family was really more of a religious affiliation rather than one of just biology or affection. There is a spiritual lineage that runs through a family throughout the generations. This is connected to the rites and the sacrifices that people would make to their ancestors. When you walk a heroic path, you draw the attention of your ancestors to you because they see in you the potential for someone in their line who can free them from their karmic burdens. And I'll go into this a little bit more in episode 9, which is soon to be released, The Two Paths in the Afterlife. But it is said that when a person makes that Olympian leap into immortality by taking a heroic path, and liberating themselves from their karma, it also frees your ancestors. The Vedas say for 21 generations back. But in that sense, when your ancestors see that potential in you, they take an interest in you. So you can kind of think of, if you're living an integral life, your ancestors are watching you and they want the best for you and they want you to succeed, not just for your own sake, but for the sake of your whole family.
That is what you were just saying there is so brilliant. You're absolutely coming at the exact same thing that we are addressing here, and speaking to this. And I think it is such a just sort of anthropomorphizing and such a beautiful way for a human being to understand what is truly beyond our ability within our mortal bodies to truly grapple with, at least for now, perhaps forever. And that is this great spirit within us, this great power within us. And we're sort of seeing it, for example, here on this original work of art that is behind Cat and I by Groundhog Fury, painting of Prometheus Ithelia as he brings all existence into creation. And referring to these as our ancestors, we're able to better understand then that we are a connected body throughout time, not just to those who are with us right now. And the fact that it brings these people there, it talks in a way, I guess, Kat, and you can steer us straight. But when we talk about our ancestors and we speak of them as the individuals that they were in this mortal plane, if you will, with the emotions, they're still empowered and imbued with the emotions of love, of interest, use the word interest, and focusing on those of us who are giving light, giving power to these things, to them, to the biospirit of our people. And as a consequence, they then imbue those individuals with their attention, with their love, with their power. Anything you'd like to add to that? Or Jared, we have you back now.
Absolutely. And that was the whole concept of the family rites, was that it was a reciprocal relationship between the living and the deceased ancestors. You make your sacrifices to the ancestors and reinvigorate them for a time, and they give that back to you. One of the concepts of yours, actually, that I sort of borrowed for this series was the concept of a biospirit, which, I had asked you if that was a word that you would come up with on your own or where you had gotten it from, because I've never heard anyone else use it. But I feel like it's a very appropriate term for conveying this concept in such a succinct way. This idea that our ancestors live in us, but we also live in them, and there is this shared biospirit. Again, something else I'll go into a little bit more in episode 9, but I'm happy to speak about it a little bit now if people are interested.
Please, yes.
So in episode 9, we'll be talking about the concept of the totem. And those who watched episode 8 have already seen us talking about the concept of the numen, which is this kind of, the matter, the primordial matter out of which the gods are formed. For us, it's more of a totem, and it's this matter that is the essence of a person's stock or their lineage, and it is out of this that our souls emanate. And on the path of the ancestors, when we die, our souls will go back into this totem unless we've made the Olympian leap into immortality on the path of the gods. When your soul goes back into that totem, it's being kind of reshuffled, and it's almost, in a sense, that essence that is you is sort of on loan to you from this kind of ancestral well of, different traits and aggregates. Mm-hmm. Those traits will then be reshuffled and given to a future birth within that same lineage. And to me, that is the idea of the biospirit then that pulses in our blood, because it's not just our genes. There is a spiritual and metaphysical component to that as well.
Mr. George.
I have a few things I'm thinking about. The timelessness, first of all, how we experience, what we think we experience, how our brains organize a linear time. But it sounds like we're tiptoeing into realms where we could, and I know how we can get Kat, jump from here into, time itself, our experience of time, and how there's this flow between past and future in this conception, which, by the way, gives a hell of a lot more meaning than, as we all know, a lot of the unmoored ways that people view their lives and everything about their experience in the world that we currently inhabit. Not us, but that most people are experiencing. Interesting that you're talking about tradition, and I know you drawing on Evelyn's work, he really refers to things that go back into prehistory, and that I saw you write in a comment that even what he refers to as examples in the Roman Empire were just these little reverberations that had lasted, but it wasn't even really the real thing. It goes further back. But comparing that to, of course, the Norse concept of the Well of Weird as well, how the idea is that time flows both ways and that your choices now can kind of go back and change the past. I guess, yeah, I mean, I've read on that. It's kind of a thing to wrap your head around and not something to fully rehearse and get into now, but there is that idea of the flow between the present and the past, and then the future unfolds from that. It's not like there's a set future, but all of this, to tie it together, to tie these threads together and relate it to something in Prometheus Rising, the theme that I keep seeing or hearing about when you're talking here is that of consciousness, of becoming more conscious and sovereign, and not just being this agent, or maybe agent's not the right word, having no agency, just being swept about by the winds of chance and circumstance. You talk about a second birth in these videos. Jason, what I want to do is maybe get you two talking from what I said, framing it with Philosophicats, the second birth and initiation, with Prometheus creating by the clay and the fire together. I want to hear what that means to you. To me, it sounds a little like matter and spirit are merging, and there's some kind of, also in Prometheus creating the cosmos, there's this urge to make order out of chaos. We see this in the old Greek myths with the Titans came first, but then the gods, the Titans were kind of a less conscious form, and then the gods brought more consciousness into it. Same thing in the Norse cosmology. There were these giants before Odin and his brothers shaped the Ymir, the frost giant, into the earth. But it's like the universe kept trying to create man, these like simulacra of man. Like Colin Cleary talks about this, like man is supposed to be the crowning achievement of nature, but it wasn't conscious at first. Our gods had to bring about more consciousness, more agency. We're people who, when we're at our best, and I talk about this all the time, our folk are firing on all levels. Our minds, bodies, and spirits are alive. I mentioned the second birth. There could even be, you could interpret it as three births. You're born physically, but then you have to be born on the mental or psychic plane. And there's even a spiritual or transcendent birth. And maybe that's what Kat's talking about when she says becoming like the gods and not getting back into the whole absorbed into the totem. I'm not as familiar with that, so I look forward to hearing more about that in your next video. But yes, I'd like to hear you talk about consciousness. Maybe, Jason, we can start where I asked with the cosmic clay and the fire, what you were thinking with that, and then maybe Kat can start to add what the second birth initiation and anything else that these comments have spurned.
Yeah, absolutely.
Spurred, not spurned. I'm sorry.
Spurred. Absolutely. And then I'll quickly, so that I can bring Kat back in while we have her today. And essentially, yes, the clay is, of course, this is both the clay and the fire of life, the cosmic clay and fire of life. They were thoughts that Prometheus Ithelia had, and in the book Prometheus Rising that we're talking about today. So creations of his thought, and the cosmic clay essentially is matter inchoate, and the same with the fire of life. It's life inchoate, and it is the merging of the clay and the merging of the fire that is consciousness. It is life, and in the story you'll find it, not to give away a big portion of it, and we've been made sure to go out of our way that we weren't going to be giving away any big secrets or twists in the book, but the universe itself, Prometheus gives a consciousness. You'll find that in the story as well, so that it can create anew, so that it isn't a dead thing that is left for us merely to crawl over until it is cold and burns no more. So indeed, the fire of life is what animates the matter that the clay then composes. And you'll see as you read through the story that there is a really poignant moment when that clay and that life is remade in a way that it enables us to recapture our destiny. It is one of the I guess not really a secret, but it's not openly stated and described in the story. It is something that I say from time to time, especially on those 8-hour streams that'll come out somewhere. So if you're ever looking for that little piece of the story, you'll find it there. But let me bring Kat in with her thoughts. What are you thinking about relative to Jared's words and what I just said?
Well, Jared asked about the concept of a second birth. So could I just get you to clarify your question a little bit, Jared?
Yes, I believe I remember from the video that Jason played that you spoke about initiation and how it's different than ancestor worship. When we begin to talk about this kind of thing, many people try to shut it down and say, you're just going back to primitive animism. It's ancestor worship. That's chthonic, it's low, it's superstitious. We're taking a backward step when our people talk about that. Sometimes they invoke the religions or the superstitions of other peoples, of non-Western peoples. Mm-hmm. You made the very important point in your video that it can become that if it's not married, like anything, like sexuality, if it's not married with the higher levels of consciousness as well. Is it just a primal thing for base pleasure and nothing else? Or is it married to the other aspects of your humanity so that, again, it's a holistic, full being experience? So you were speaking about ancestor worship, transmuting that with higher ideals, higher notions, a calling towards this destiny. And that makes the ancestor worship a ground on which you stand so that you can launch up into these other aspirations or have that base and that grounding. It doesn't become about purely just, oh, I'm going to look for our ancestors in the trees and trip out on some kind of drug, and then I'll do what I think my ancestors told me to do and go, use it as a license to just do whatever I want. That it's grounded in something, it's connected to what's higher, it's all cylinders firing. So I believe that's how I kind of took it when you were talking about initiation, that this is not just willy-nilly, even though we're talking about these spiritual, ethereal subjects. There is there are boundaries to it. There's an order to it. There are rights, as you said, and if you ignore those, then you're going to lose your privileges in the family line and all of that.
Right. Okay. So there's a lot to unpack there. So let me start with this whole concept of ancestor worship as primitivism. Yes, it does tend to have that form in modern times because it's a degenerated form of what our spirituality should be. Instead of having this vertical orientation, it degenerated into like superstitious ghost worship, basically, and being like, oh, well, we have to put our sacrifices out so that the ghosts don't haunt us. And it was really divorced from anything truly spiritual. It became primitive rather than what many anthropologists would say is that that's where it started and we've evolved from that. No, that is like just the most degraded form of ancient spirituality. What you want to have ideally is, you have that reciprocal relationship with your ancestors through the rites. And the reason that your family would have those rites is because at some point in your lineage, you had an ancestor who did make the Olympian leap and became godlike themselves. You have a divine ancestor that is, the founder of your lineage, so to speak. And that is deeply connected to that primordial ancestral matter of the totem. So when you're doing that kind of ancestor worship with the rites, there is that spiritual connection to the divine lineage rather than just trying to propitiate ghosts. And those rites that were for what the Romans called the dei inferi, the lower chthonic gods, the ancestor gods especially, versus the dei superi, which are the higher gods. There's a correlation between the types of rites you're performing for your family's tutelary gods versus the ones that the priests perform for the higher gods. And with the rites that the priests are performing for the higher gods, there's also a reciprocal relationship with the gods. It's not about like bringing the gods down into materiality and then forcing them to do what we want and controlling them. No, in order to contact them through the rites, we actually have to raise our consciousness up to their level and meet them on their level of consciousness. And this is where the second birth comes in. The whole concept of initiation is designed to produce that ontological change in character such that you are able to raise your consciousness up to the level of the gods where you can communicate with them through the rites and commune with them on that level. And so when you have a society that's ordered in such a way where you have, as Evola describes in his book, you have the king who is the center around which all of society turns, and he has a divine lineage himself. In many cases, he's thought to be God incarnate. And then you have the rites being the realm of the priestly caste, followed by the magistrates and the patriciate families. And it is through this hierarchical ordering that society is structured. And because of that, all of society is lifted up. Even the plebs who normally would worship these chthonic deities and have these very primitive rites that are not vertically oriented, they too are lifted up by a society that is structured in that way. And it gives them a chance at least to have some kind of divine contact in their life that they would not otherwise have. So hopefully that kind of paints a fuller picture of all the different puzzle pieces you threw at me.
You did a good job. That was beautifully said. Jason, how does that relate to what you were doing in this book with the ultimate order of Prometheus being the progenitor of our people at large?
It actually relates beautifully. And in talking about mentioning a puzzle piece, I mean, if it's perfectly like a puzzle piece is meant to, a picture then materializes for us as we understand that we, by tapping back into the biospirit of our people, remember, clearing away to be able to do this, clearing away all of the cobwebs, all of the poison of the mean pathogens in the world around us, a different morality, an antithetical morality to ours, a sickness. It's not even just an immorality, but it's a veritable poison that unmakes us, as I talk about in Prometheus Rising. Clearing this away so that we can get back into touch with the great biospirit of our people, which is within you. And Kat said something beautifully, which absolutely correct from her research, my experience, and what we are doing here, others who have been succeeding by going free, is that in this artificial, this plastic realm of where they talk about this sort of the worship of the ancient deities or through one's lineage, it is this, as I say, this plastic reaching out to something artificial and fake, a calling down, a calling from the out inside, when in truth, the actual path is the elevation of your consciousness and your biospirit, the fire of who and what you are, to the level of the spirit that flows through us as an entirety of a people. That is where the real magic is really to be found. Not in all of these other gurus and notions that you find in the world today, where Kat speaks in the rest of that episode. And please go watch the totality of the primordial nature of the patriciate. Watch the whole thing, because she speaks about it very plainly and lucidly. You'll come away with a better understanding of how the different levels of seeking ends up manifesting in different ways for those who are on these different levels as a consequence of their lineage. So I thought it was beautifully put, and it fits perfectly with Prometheus Rising. And by the way, this is something that I think, and anything that I've just said that Kat would like to speak to in a moment, and what I'm about to say, please jump right in. When we are looking at these things, and many of us can feel, I know Kat feels it, that there's a heartbeat. She can put her fingers and on the essence of the material she's discussing and researching, and feel a pulse. Faint though it may be, she can feel a pulse. There's no mistaking the pulse in something newly created, new in the sense of it's now bound up in a new book, but ancient as our existence. There's no denying the pulse that's there. The pulse lives right now as fervently as the newborn baby screaming out with its first breaths in its lungs. It is alive, and we are bringing it to life. That is why it screams. That is why it cries. That is why it fights and makes its fists. That is why it is ready to go into the world and recapture our destiny. Because people like Mr. George are making it so. Because people like Philosophicat are making it so. Ezra White, Full Null, Imminent Rain, because they're making it so. So while there are plenty of others out there who are purblind and or completely blind, they have no idea. They look back at these things and they think it's a trite story. It's an interpretation of one particular individual or another particular individual over there. There's no denying this. There's no denying when we raise our voices in unison and we bring our talents together in a confluence for service to white well-being. That is what we are doing here today. We are bringing what is antediluvian, what is ancient within our core. We are melding that with what is true and yet real and living, though faint, these truths from the past that we bring forward, and we are putting our voices to it anew. It is the newly born baby screaming and ready to enter the world. Either of you?
I'll just briefly say what your last statement made me think of, and it's that it's very easy to dismiss some of these old traditions again as superstition, or, you know, we can explain the science of weather and soil, and so it's silly to make an offering for crops, let's say. And most of us don't even live in an agrarian society anymore. Everyone, when you go to the movies, when you celebrate, when you go to a party, whether that party is what might be called degenerate or whether it's the most pristine party, people are looking to participate and ride the energetic currents of life. I think it was Campbell, right, that said it's not that what people are afraid of most really is a meaningless life. So when our ancestors, and again, I don't want to think about ancestors in this distant way. I like how Kat's framing it, that this kind of way of thinking of them is that they're here with us. And she said a very key word, reciprocal. Focus in on that word, reciprocal. But when they were, I said I'd keep it brief, so just say this. When they were rolling sun wheels on fire down the hill at midsummer, because that was the high point of the sun, and then the sun was going to fade until Yule for the next 6 months, as we're going to have summer solstice in less than a month here now ourselves in the Northern Hemisphere. You know, maybe they knew the sun was going to do its thing, whether or not they rolled that sun wheel made of whatever, hay, fire down the hill. Maybe let's give them more credit. They were pretty smart people if they survived the way they did. And I think that their lore shows a high degree of intelligence. Maybe just a way of an instinct to participate, co-create with life, ride those waves like a child playing, and that gives you energy for all the other things that you have to do. We need these times to step out of our day-to-day lives sometimes and shore ourselves up with more energy, to charge back up with meaning and perspective. And perhaps the fact that we don't have ways built into our rhythm, into our yearly rhythm for many of us today, is why so many of our people are looking for it in all the wrong places, in drugs, in all kinds of abuses, and all kinds of things to distract themselves. So that, and our hearts go out to those people, and the work we're doing here, and especially Jason's work undoing the psychological damage of the anti-white agenda. We've had testimonials of people coming back from substance abuse and all those things. So it's not to put that down. We know people are going through those things. Our hearts go out to them, and we're trying to help those people. But we're doing here is create a space, a context in which people can begin to experience this meaning again. And so these rites, rituals, it's hard for our modern minds to get around it. I struggle with it too. You kind of feel silly doing these things. But sometimes you have to make that leap, do some of these things, and just, it's a way of playing with life. Kids play naturally, and there are ways that I think adults are designed to continue playing as well. And if we lose that sense of play, of participating with life, then perhaps we're not opening up the fullness of our potential. A little bit longer than I wanted to say, but hopefully I got across what I'm trying to get across about participating with life. And I'm curious to hear either of your thoughts on that.
Well, I think what you're kind of talking about there, Jared, is this sort of what Huxley described as downward transcendence. You know, this escaping into drugs or alcohol or sexual escapades, or, you know, even what we see a lot of today, the sort of crowd delirium and mob mentality that comes along, you know, whether it's climate change or the current riots in the US or whatever it is, there's always something that's wanting to draw a person into it as a distraction from kind of the mundane daily life that we all experience. There is a draw towards that kind of thing. And the question is, you know, are you going to allow yourself to be drawn downward into the morass of modernity looking for that? Or will you rise above the fray and pursue a more vertical path, attempting to liberate your consciousness so that you can have true transcendence and true connection with something divine and supernatural outside of this world? Too many people get distracted in these other things, and it's really just a medication for their nihilism. But if people actually had a proper vertical orientation, nihilism wouldn't be a problem anymore. They could see the greater role that they play within the world, within their lineage, and also, you know, what happens to them after they die. But without any of that, it's easy to just kind of look at the modern world and say, like, well, what's the point? I'm just going to go do what's fun, what feels good, what stimulates my passions. And, you know, they get drawn into that. And this kind of goes in line with that whole concept of second birth and initiation. One of the anecdotes that Evola relates in the chapter on regality is the story of the Rex Nemorensis and the runaway slave. The only one who could be the king is the one who is a runaway slave. Well, why is it a runaway slave? What is a slave? Somebody who doesn't have control of his life. And are we not all slaves to our passions, to our lower natures? How many of us have, you know, maybe we're normally like quite good and virtuous people, but we go online on Twitter or whatever, and we see like kind of the mood of the day, and we sort of just find ourselves getting swept up in this sea of these negative emotions swirling around, and it affects us. You know, we might think that we can withstand it, but it does affect us, and we have to be aware of that. So if we want to achieve that solar orientation so that we can make that Olympian leap, redeem our ancestors and ourselves, we have to be able to rise above that. We have to free ourselves from our passions. We have to be the runaway slave so that we can be, you know, if not a king of the world, at least a king within our own sphere of life.
You're on fire tonight, my lady.
Yes. That's beautifully, absolutely beautifully said. And I think probably, since we are roughly out of time with you, my dear woman, that is a beautiful place to leave it. If we can all be the runaway slaves of our own world, where we are kings of our own world and can take charge of ourselves, that is where we should all be moving. That's what going free is all about, beginning with ourselves, freeing ourselves and freeing those around us, going free with them, and therefore our communities, and that, again, circling back and freeing ourselves. So, Philosophicat, where can folks find you? What are you working on? What will you be issuing next to the public? And then any final words you may have, and then we will bid you adieu, and we will play your most magnificent piece, Supernatural Fires, as you go.
Well, you can find me on my YouTube channel. I'm kind of taking a bit of a break from social media at the moment. I really want to just focus on getting these Revolt episodes finished for season 2, because we've got episode 9 and 10 before we take a little bit of a break, and we've got a few other projects we want to get started on as well during that break. And so you can find me over there. If you subscribe, we should have the next episode out fairly soon, I would think. And as always, of course, we're often working on new music as well. So that's the best place to find me. And just to make a statement about the song that you're about to play, one thing I should say about this is I think when listening to it, people should keep in mind that the gods are within us. And when we ask the question, you know, can only the gods save us now? To some degree, there's some personal agency that goes along with that, and the need to awaken those gods, not just within ourselves personally, but within the entire collective unconscious of our people. And as we all start to seek that, perhaps we can stir them from their slumber, and we can engage again in that reciprocal relationship with them, where we help them and they can help us. So don't go thinking it's a sad song, because some people thought it was a sad song, which is not what we intended at all.
No, I didn't find it. No, it's an empowering piece. It is absolutely, because I know, I guess maybe, and now everyone who's listening know, either live or in replay, are now initiated into the knowledge that the gods, the great spirit of the West, is inside of us. That is where you find it. So it is agency. It is a recapturing of that source of power, and then using that to propel ourselves to the recapture of our destiny. Utterly agency, utterly incumbent upon us to take these steps. There's nobody that you're going to propitiate or beg, no entity that you're going to beg into saving us from what is going to happen if we stay inside of the anti-white narrative. So I cannot thank you enough, dear lady. Mr. George, do you have any final parting words to Philosophicat?
Only that we're both so busy. I know it's on me. I'd love to do another skit at some point, but the people have been asking us for it. I know you're busy with your thing. I'm busy with my thing. But we'll figure that out eventually. Thank you for all the work that you do. Thank you for your insights tonight. Everyone is bringing their best tonight. Jason, I think it speaks to your work and what it's bringing out in people. Just all of our guests are just dropping gems. So, Kat, again, it is always a pleasure. Thank you so much for everything you do and for helping make this the magnificent celebration it is. And our paths will cross again soon, I'm sure.
Yes, well, thank you both for having me. And Jason, I wish you all the best with a successful book release.
Thank you so much, Kat. And everybody, sit tight. In just a moment, you're going to be listening to this beautiful lady with her mellifluous voice serenading us into a victory to come.
glimpse into eternity. The immutable force revealing human destiny. They say only the gods can save us now. Only the gods can save us now. If only the gods still cared somehow. If only we knew the sacred vow. They shine the memory of sacred kings, divine, victorious presence of the gods, divine, come down to earth, divine, come down to earth. Only the gods can save us now. Only the gods can save us now. If only the gods still cared somehow. If only we knew the sacred vow. Access of light, a glimpse into eternity, the immutable force, superhuman legacy. Only the gods can save us now. Only
An absolutely magical piece, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. George and I are back, and we are going to be taking the final steps here for the rest of the show. It's been a deep pleasure to be here with all of you. I will take a quick look at the financial gifts and your questions. Now, if you have posed any questions that are removed from the purpose of the show today, we will please remember those questions. We will be skipping them for today. You can try again next week, next tap, and ask them again, and we will get to them at that time. But otherwise, all other questions and comments, if we are tagged, will be spoken to. We have over here on Cash App, Blue-Eyed Bear, financially gifting $9. Thank you very much, my good friend. And writing, congrats on the launch, Jason. I'm loving the show. Well, thank you so very much for that. That is very kind of you. Thank you deeply for that financial gift. And we'll just refresh over here and make sure everything is clear. It is. And then I will step over here and see that we have the great Irish Ice, one of our most active participants in service to White Wellbeing, a true hero. I salute and spot this good sir, and financially gifting $5. Thank you very much, Irish Ice. And writing, congratulations on your success, Jason. Can't wait to read Prometheus Rising. Spent all day asking our people if they were enjoying the diversity. The reactions are priceless, and I believe this is a very efficient way of opening people up. Kip. Well, Kip indeed, Irish Ice, thank you so much for your kind words, the work you're doing, the service to White Wellbeing, and your financial gift. And ladies and gentlemen, get your raucous emojis together, because we have a financial gift from Angharad Celtic, our winner of the pillow, financially gifting $100. Thank you so much, dear lady. And writing here, the book is terrific, and so are you. Oh, thank you. Writing here, I love you, Jared, and everyone. I love our creative, wonderful White Wellbeing community. Love to our race. Well, thank you. Much love in return, Angharad Celtic. That is a very beautiful sentiment. Thank you very much for the investment in White Wellbeing, and the pillow will be on its way with love as soon as I can get my masks on and gloves and sanitizers and head on out to the Petri dish known as the post office. So thank you very much for that. What an amazing night it's been, Jared. What an amazing piece that was by Philosophicat. A true talent. What a voice. What a message. And folks, support every single one of these people. If you're not following anybody that we've showcased tonight, including the great Jared George, make sure you do so. Make sure you support all of them financially where you can, and don't be ashamed of those $1 gifts. I have plenty of folks that give me $1 a month. I am honored by it. I know what it's like to work for a living. I do it. And so don't hesitate to financially support, emotionally support, and also follow, and promulgate the work of these great people. Jared George was just talking about an article that he's writing. His website is absolutely beautiful. Make sure that it is saved on your browser and that you share that with your circles of influence so that we continue to promulgate the message of going free and reaching as many people with this love that we need in this time of terror. Mr. George, what are your thoughts?
I'm just sitting back and enjoying how well this is all gone. And as I said a moment ago, well, before Kat's song, how our guests were all in top form. It is it is a testament, I should say, of your intention and what this work is about reverberating out, and it being of a certain quality and a nobility to it that you want to rise to the occasion. Very apropos of what we were talking about with Kat, but it is amazing to see, as much as there's all this talk and we engage in it we engage in it too when we think that it's useful, of analyzing news or philosophies and histories and this and that. The missing ingredient is the soul, the heart of it. And it's so easy to dismiss that. It's, as a guy, I get this from other guys that like, that's not what guys talk about, doesn't have to be that way. It's not unmasculine necessarily to do this. Just, to throw it out there, we have a lot of we get flack for this, we have a lot of great artists, poets, thinkers, visionaries, men in our lineage. So it's our job to bridge these things, to mine these mysteries, the gap that you talked about earlier, and bring them up and bring them to light, to how we can apply them in our day-to-day lives, so that they don't just remain these ethereal notions that feel like they're out there somewhere. Speaking of ethereal notions, my camera ghost just came in. That's funny. So I'll take the camera off so as to not be distracting. But all of these things we're talking about, they're not just ethereal, they're not just ideas out there. It is the beating heart of your life. It is what gives you meaning. This is the underlying theme and ethos of the night of your book. And I'd like to think of the work that we do in general, individually, together, you and I, and then in conjunction with other artists, other content creators we're affiliated with, and the community as well. Because as we say, we are here to all participate. This isn't just a show to entertain you. We're not here to gossip about other content creators and just put on a show and collect some super chats and that's it. And that doesn't do anything. That doesn't move the ball forward. We're in a civilizational crisis. Our people are in a crisis. And we need to look at that soberly. We need to still live our lives. I say this all the time. You're still living your life. You don't want to look back on your life and have it just be, to the extent that you can have sovereignty over this, to the extent that you can make choices that affect this, you don't want to look back on it and have it just be all doom and gloom. We live in a crazy time. We know this. We see crazy things going on around us. But every day there are babies being born, there are people getting married, there's music being written, there are books like this being written, there are poems being written, there are conversations being had and people being inspired. There's things going on in the chat right here tonight. I've seen some of it. People who said, I might not really usually tune into something like this, but why am I watching this? Why am I watching this for 4 hours now? There's something going on here. It's not about me. It's not even about Jason as much as we're here to celebrate his book tonight and his accomplishment, and my hat's off to him. But it's about what we're all looking to and striving towards, looking towards together. Jason said at the beginning, and he says this sometimes, and I felt the same, that him and I became fast friends and colleagues because we sensed in each other, we sensed in one another, that we were looking up. We were both looking up. We were bowing to the same thing, the spirit of the West, our people, and serving that. It wasn't about self-aggrandizement. And so many of you here are here in that same spirit as well. And that's why this works. And that's why when our guests come on this show, I'm so proud when our guests come on Tap or our other shows, they say, I've never had an experience where a community is this positive and everything is smooth. And yeah, we have trolls sometimes in the chat and comments, but everyone knows it's a troll and it's not a big problem. It's something else is going on because of the intention, because the groundwork, the architecture is right. Our aim is true. Doesn't mean that we don't make mistakes, doesn't mean that we don't falter. That's part of life. But the intention is pure. I know they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but maybe this is not the time to wax philosophical on that. But something is being done here that's right. And Jason has tapped into in that spirit again, that is not about a personality. It's not about looking up to someone and giving your agency away, because people play different roles. They fit in like puzzle pieces. I say this a lot too. I'm up here, and it's just because I've always been a communicator. I've always been creative, and so this is the way I can serve. It fits me. There's a million other things I can't do. There's a lot of things I don't do well. Trust me. So I'm in awe of many of you. I'm in awe of many of the skills that are out there. I have a lot of respect for craftsmen and handymen like Ezra, who came on earlier, talking about putting up drywall and making rings and being crafty and all kinds of things like that. Everyone has so much to give. It's a beautiful thing to be a part of. I'm gushing on just because I'm grateful. I'm taken aback a little bit by how well this has gone. Jason, kudos to you, not only for the book, but for planning out this tap. This is really your baby tonight. And my love and gratitude. That's all I have to say.
Well, Deep, thank you to you, good sir. Love in return, gratitude in return. And it is about our people. It is about the spirit of the West and serving that from which all of this comes. If you realize that any individual talent that we have or we perfect over the course of our lives is only in us and with us and magnified by us because it came by way of our people. It came by way of that great spirit. And if you serve it, it will serve you, exactly as Kat was saying. We have here Tall Kevin asking, Prometheus Rising deals with taking back your destiny. What is a reasonable barometer to gauge our progress in accomplishing this? It begins with you, dear brother. And are you recapturing your destiny? Are you going free? Is your family going free? Are they recapturing their destiny? Are your friends recapturing their destiny and going free? Are we seeing a community spread and grow white flowers, white roses around the world? And we are indeed. And we are also seeing, as we speak about in relation to the blooming of white roses, the soil getting better, our people, our brothers and sisters who are rescinding their loyalty from all of these institutions to which they had lived and looked for guidance. They had surrendered their allegiance to, and now they're looking elsewhere. They're asking questions. That is another barometer of our success, because it means that they are now ripe for the message of love that we have, and to bring them back into the fold, as we say, making a people out of this deracinated race, the people that will make it through the eye of the needle. We have one final financial gift from JK160, back again with another $5. Thank you so much, dear brother. And writing here, Epic Stream. Can't wait for my kids to be old enough to where they can read the book. Well, that's fantastic. Well, you'll have to read it to them first. Bedtime stories. Let them grow up on Prometheus Rising, and then be there for them to help them along as they read on their own. Any final words, Jared? Where can folks find you? And then we will be saying good night to all wonderful people. I saw a moment of you there.
There he is. I see the camera was working, but there's a gray box over me. But we're at the end, so I'm not going to pop off. I'll just finish it audio only. Well, I said my final words about the show and the night and your book, obviously, a moment ago. In terms of just the housekeeping, my site is thegreatorder.com, and that's really the best place to check in with me, the contact, obviously the catalog of these shows, but the other work that I do is there as well. Of course, we have the afterparty.tv, which is the hub of our streams, and also we share a lot of the community videos. Jason has started the Chuck Martell party a couple of months ago, and that's become a going thing on Friday nights, music and arts. A lot of music, but also poetry and skits and videos are compiled into about a 35-minute playlist. So that's a fun thing for people to get together in the chat every Friday night. Well, those are cataloged on the Tap TV site. Your work, if you guys make clips from our shows. So it is really about the community, and there's ways to get in touch there too. Please join the newsletter. So I'm just excited about what's coming up and working on things. I will talk more about that when the time is appropriate, but please do stay in touch. As I said, all of my contact is on my site. I'm not super active on my YouTube account. I had to start over last year after the first one got deleted, and I sometimes make clips. I haven't really made too many original videos in the recent months. I was doing that more in the earlier days. But as I said, I will address that more. There is more activity coming down the pike, but evolutions in that, and I'll be happy to share that at an appropriate time. But tonight was about Jason and his accomplishment and us through that accomplishment, as he would say. But we still do honor when the spirit of the West is you got to balance everything. You know, I'm all about the balance.
Mm-hmm.
When the spirit of the West does shine through an individual, and that individual has devoted himself to being responsible with the gifts. Because it's one thing to have certain latent talents or certain ideas. It's another thing to spend the sleepless nights or to push through the self-doubt, to humble oneself, to learn from others, to look at oneself and say, okay, I don't quite know how to do this. I'm going to research it. I'm going to ask around. I'm going to have to look and see what my weaknesses and strengths are. All of those things and more that go into creating these projects, that takes a certain kind of character. And so again, it's not about unduly having some kind of hero worship where you take the agency away from yourself. We're not about that. We have no interest in being YouTube celebrities, that kind of thing. This is only and always about empowering all of us together. But that's not to say we're not some communists either. So that's to say I still salute, and we all still should salute too, the example that Jason gives us through his dedication, through his hard work, through sculpting the talents that he's been given and saying, this is the thing, this is the key, and this is what I ask myself. This is what I want to look back on at the end of my life, and I hope this for all of you as well. That you look back and you could say, I used all of these talents to the best of my ability. Mm-hmm. I served in the greatest capacity that I could. I think when you know that, everything else is just icing on the cake. So would that we all have that whenever we breathe our last. But again, I'm just going to get into the same thing I was saying before, so I'll end just by saying it's an honor and a pleasure, as always, and I will ride on with you, Jason. Thank you so much. I love you.
I love you too, brother. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. It's been an absolutely amazing tap, the launch of a new myth of the West, Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, and it is just a great honor of mine to be able to serve with all of you, to serve with Mr. George, to serve with all of you. Thank you all for being here tonight, those who chatted, those who watched, those who financially gifted. Thank you all who stayed, even though you are not necessarily into spirituality, but nonetheless saw spirituality that was enticing to you. That speaks to something truly magical taking place in the body of our people and the message that we bring to our brothers and sisters, the vagues out there in the world. Please get yourself Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, read it. It will speak to you, and then you will be able to speak to those around you. I love every single one of you, and Mr. George and I look forward to seeing you all next time.